got recognized in May. And so right now we're sitting a little over $4 million in expenses for non-payroll for the year. And so I look at, and they're supposed to have things encumbered, but I just tell you they don't. They do the best they can, but they get really, especially in May, and I try to get it from them to get all that done before May 1st, and then they just hit that busy month. And then you have any of your items that come in during the summer, whether the employee travel, there is a little bit of student travel in the summer. Of course, maintenance. We've been doing what's a type of wax finish that you don't go all the way, strip it all the way down, and you're able to do that. And it cuts down on time and expense for doing that, and people can't really tell the difference. But after so many years of doing that, at some point your wax buildup is there, and it colors, and you have to go ahead and take it down. So we won't do all the buildings this summer, but we'll do a couple, I believe 2 of those. So that'll add a little bit of additional cost in terms of the materials and things to do that. But I also looked at what we spent last year during the summer in July and what we spent in August. And August in September traditionally heavy months for non-payroll because we're starting school back. Beginning of the year costs, annual costs for subscriptions, other types of items are heavy. And so I looked at that and calculated that into the projections for what we're going to expend through August 31. So that variance last month, I believe, just off without having that in front of me, I want to say it was around $1.2 million. And I've scaled that down a little bit. So again, depending on how maintenance goes and what the back to school, some of that just depends on timing of invoices. But that number could come down a little bit. But I always like to give you, if we come in and we don't spend as much as we project, I feel like that's a good thing. But I don't want to mislead you into any variance and that we end up spending more. So I'm starting to feel better that right now that we'll finish between the revised budget and where we end. I think we're going to be about $1 million underneath that revised budget.
So that revised budget started out at what? A little under 2.2, 2,181,000.
Let me pull that up.
And then we amended it for.
Yes, sir.
So what's our amended?
The revised budget is the amended budget. That's 21,974.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I'm looking at the deficit. The original budget that we adopted had a deficit of 2,181,000. Yeah, for 25-26. And then we amended it, and that got it up to what?
About 2.5.
2.5.
Yes.
2.5. 2.6. And so, based on what you're seeing right now, then that's we could be looking at about $1.5 million to $1.6 million deficit.
I believe so, and I can pull that original budget in front of me and give you a better comparison to it. I certainly want to compare, what you guys want to see. Maybe we can do that where we're looking at both. I tend to think in terms of revised budget because when we adopt a budget in August, that's what our plan is, but we all know that it's based on revenue we expect to have and expenses we expect to have. And so as we go through the year, we revise it and amend things. I'm trying to give you, in that comparison, I'm trying to give you, not necessarily trying to compare to what we thought we were going to do in August as opposed to what it's not hard to do both, so we can put that original in front of you. And of course, you see that in our regular meeting. You'll see the monthly expense reports, and I think I've got the original budget on there, so you can see the original revised.
But if I'm understanding you right, basically what you're saying right now is that you're thinking that we can make about $1 million, $1.1 million dent in that
Reduce the
Yeah,
deficit.
that
Yes.
big deficit that we were
Yes.
been thinking we had. Okay.
And I plan to keep showing these to you each month through the summer, so we'll keep real data as the bills are being paid to see where we do that. I think it's helpful.
And you feel pretty comfortable on the revenue side of it?
Um,
Or is that still kind of a...
Yeah, so I know you guys have gotten some things this week. So we started reporting this back in prior to the new year, but that our CTE revenue was down. So when you look at the total state revenue and how that's broken out, that our CTE revenue was lower. And Danielle came to that following meeting, and we talked about PEAMS coding and attendance, ADA, and how those special weighted programs generate funds. And that some things where kids were previously coded a certain way, it was corrected, and it caused a significant change. And we also talked about students that were not coming to class, weren't enrolled in those classes or weren't enrolled in any classes, how that might be affected. So as we look at the revenue side of things, and there's an attachment in your board packet for the regular meeting, but as we look at the impact of students who are falling below full-time status, that is changing our revenue projection a little bit. So even with the big CTE hit that I did not see coming and didn't have a way to know that coding change was going on within our PEAMS stuff, we're still running pretty close to what we budgeted on the revenue. But I think when we have these changes reflective of full-time students that are going to be coded as part-time students and so forth, I think that's going to lower your revenue. And so I've given you a projection on there. It's probably on the high side. I hope that we don't take that hit on the revenue, but it's we're looking at a couple $100,000.
What areas have you really tried to crack down on as far as on the expenditure side of it, as far as cutting back?
Yeah, so...
Or let me start with this.
Yeah.
What about the payroll from a standpoint of what we've been told about the savings that we're trying to make on the payroll? Where are we at on that? Because to me that's still up in the air. None of it's making any sense to me. I don't see that we're gaining. What I'm hearing, we're not gaining ground dollar-wise.
Yeah.
So it needs to be explained to us.
Yes, sir.
Where these savings are and what they are.
So when we look at this year-end projection, your biggest savings that you see and I broke them out by payroll and by non-payroll. And so right now I'm showing a variance in our budgeted payroll and where we're expected to end in payroll. And keep in mind I'm talking general fund, because that's what you guys adopt. And I do want to put some other numbers for you because we have significant payroll that's being paid for out of federal funds that's not reflected in these reports. So in the general fund, with payroll, with the freezes that have occurred in this, so we've had people leave this spring, right? So, and some of those are different positions, but those positions were not filled to finish the year. And so when you see this variance on the end of the year budget projection, it shows a 671, 341 variance in payroll. That's what I'm projecting that's not going to be spent this year because of those vacant positions that did not complete their year.
The year to be budgeted is $600,000 less.
Not for next year. This is just looking at this year's.
We're finishing out this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just finishing out year, giving you a picture of what did we budget on, what we revised our budgets on, and how. That was one of the things that was communicated to me when I first came on was, we want to know how we want to start looking this time of year when we're talking about next year's budget. We want to know how is this year going to end up, because if we're going to end up in a deficit budget, but we didn't adopt one, we need to know that. If we adopted a deficit budget like we have been doing, and that deficit's been reduced, you guys want to know that. So this report is just showing you me trying to read the tea leaves and the expenses that we expect to occur, what we think this year's going to finish up on for 25, 26. So based on the positions that have not, that walked away, those things, I show that I feel pretty confident we're going to be in that 600,000+ range of savings in payroll for the current year that we're finishing.
And I guess you're taking that into account with your $1 million projection.
Yes, sir.
It's
Yeah.
in that,
So
it's in that $1 million.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you look at this, it shows you that our revised budget of $15.8 million in the blue column, and we're projected to spend $15.1 in payroll for 25-26. And then in the non-payroll, we budgeted 6.2, and I've revised that projection on what we're going to spend at 5.8. And so when we take those numbers, that gives you that far right side where we think we're going to be the difference between those.
And that's just in and out this year, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What kind of, I thought asked a while ago, or that sidetracked. As far as on the expenditure side, what areas are you kind of concentrating on and trying to? I mean, I realize payroll's your big,
Yes,
big
sir.
thing.
Yes,
but
sir.
What other areas are you looking at?
So we're working through the campus budgets. I've got to follow up with principals. I've met, of course, with maintenance, with technology. I've met with the principal of our enrollment South. I'm not sure what her status is, but we need to continue those conversations. Now, we're going to look at a preliminary and real crude draft for next year's budget, just to give you an idea of where things are, so I can kind of speak to where that number's coming from. So, if y'all want to look at that second page, it's labeled 26-27 General Fund Preliminary Budget. And again, this is expenditure, and I can tell you why I haven't been able to run the 26-27 revenue yet. TEA's not running it either, when they passed this last legislative session, they have certain elements that were not in effect for 25-26, but go into effect for 26-27. So there's some data entry that's going to have to go into the template for next year's revenue calculations that are not in this year. So normally this time of year, I'm taking our ADA and our special program numbers, and I'm looking at that, what we anticipate to be that enrollment to be for the following year, and that helps us build an initial, this is what we think the revenue is going to be. So we do have the preliminary values from the CAD. Those were required to be out in April, so we do have those. But there's some other data entry points that we'll have to add to that before we can give you any kind of first revenue projection for next year. So I don't have revenue guesses or estimates for 26-27 yet. What I have in front of you here is the preliminary budget with in mind that we have not gotten out of pen to anything. We've not finished all those conversations. There's not been follow-up conversations with those principals. Again, their availability in the month of May is pretty rough. So what you see here, what I've put here is a revised budget. So again, what do we show as a revised budget for the current year, 25-26, 21.974. Then a preliminary budget of 19,449,037. That preliminary budget represents payroll as it sits today, and I'll may let Dan speak to this. So we've got in salary negotiation right now. If we do nothing to the compensation schedule, just fill the positions we plan to fill, then that payroll number is reflected in that. Okay. Now, why is that an estimate? Because he can speak to you on the vacancies that are still there. So some of those vacancies may be teacher positions, right? So he has put into a placeholder a vacant position for that teacher with a mean salary. Right.
Yeah, like I went, so if it's a teacher salary, I put it at step 10, whatever they would be making at step 10. So you may hire a teacher that may be on a step 11, a step 12, a step 0, a step 1. So, but whenever I do the vacancies, I always put the midpoint because that's kind of the best guess. It's typically on the higher end of what you're going to hire. And so any vacant spots, when I moved everything over from 25 to 26 to 26, 27 salary negotiations, I wanted to have all the vacancies listed so Scott would have a better idea of what the projected payroll would be without any changes, because of course we haven't made adjustments as far as any kind of compensation, whether 1% or anything like that yet. So it's just going to be reflective of what we currently have today.
But does that mean we'll fill every spot that's vacant or not?
It just depends. I said it just depends when we sit down and talk to see where I know we're still moving things around and still looking at master schedules, especially as with our partnership with CEN, it's constantly evolving. So we may still be moving some people around. So some of those vacancies that we have may be absorbed. And I know we've had a couple of teachers that we're probably fixing to hire to fill a couple of those vacancies. They just applied and they're expressing interest, and I think Ms. Bolton has sent those to me already, so some of those vacancies will come off. But when they come off, I'll add the new employees in that slot.
How many vacancies do we have throughout the whole district?
I know at South you currently have 2 first grades. At North you have 2/3 and a 4th. At middle school you have 1 ELAR position. In high school, you have, it depends on how things move around. You may possibly have 1 math or 1 science position. It just depends on how things shake up whenever we're done, when the dust settles.
How many is that?
No, I thought we were told that we had people decide.
6, 7.
Right now we do have people for math and science, but we're looking at potential other adjustments that we're going to make depending on some shifts some late semester shifts of people leaving that we didn't know were leaving. So we're still, as a team, we'll have to finalize that once the master schedule is built. We have enough people as far as math and science as far as what we have, but we just don't know if we need to make a shift. Yes, certified. Yes, certified. Possibly not at the content. In the content, yes, certified. Possibly not at the subject that they're teaching within the content. So it just depends.
How many do we have? I'm sorry, he might have already said it,
I
but,
think it was 8.
oh, 8.
That's what I
Okay.
counted.
8 empty positions.
And that's not
that we need to
including
fill.
APs, or is that,
No, ma'am. That's just
so we have more
that's-
than 8?
Well, yes, ma'am. We have our high school assistant principal position that's currently vacant right now, and then we have our AP position at South.
So 10.
Well, we have 2 at South, 2 at North, and 1 at middle school. And I believe high schools doesn't need any more. But we need to look at that. I'm pretty sure that's what we have.
Well, I know we 5. posted.
We have 1 posted, but that's if we get somebody certified in it, which is very unlikely.
Well, I knew we had posted we needed an instructional coach, a high school AP, a first grade teacher, a high school math teacher, a third grade math teacher, a middle school ELAR, a middle school math. This one might be the same. North, third grade science, third grade RLA, and a resource teacher.
Now, did we move them?
That's what we had posted literally
Yeah.
the last 2 days.
And I think we've cleaned up some of that. But at South we have 2. North we have 2. And again, we may be shifting. There may be a little bit of shifting within the staff that we have.
So somebody will be absorbing what's...
It depends on how the master schedule. For North and South, we have to have teachers in those positions. And so those absolutely have to be filled. But we may have enough, as the master schedule builds out, we may have enough to absorb maybe one of those other positions at secondary. So it just depends on how it fleshes out.
And the reason why I did mention that 1 4th grade position, it's a possibility because that teacher may be shifting into that resource position.
I do
What
have a
does
question
that-
on the math teachers.
So that's why that there's still those 3 positions at North. It's just one of those teachers may be moving from 4th and is probably interested in taking that resource position for the SPED opening that we have at North currently.
Did we move and I just don't understand this, please explain it to me. Did we move a teacher that was certified in math in middle school into a position to where she's not, in another math position in high school where she's not certified?
Yes.
Why?
There's a variety of reasons for that. And so when we look at master schedule and we took the entire team and we look at all of the factors we need for certification and or data and or coaching as far as who we have available in those particular areas to fill needed positions, we take all of that into consideration. And so there's a variety of factors that go into that. So that was a lot of discussion with a whole team of people.
But was that a tested subject that she's being moved from?
From
Okay, so who's going to fill that spot?
one of our staff members that's been working in the middle school in math.
And
Is
that
she
staff member
certified?
That person is not certified.
So how does that make sense?
That absolutely makes no sense.
Well, it may not to you guys, but as we look at data and we look at where kids are, what kids need, and who's working on certifications, because you have people working on certification plans, they have to stay within that, because if you move them, then they have to start their certification plan over. And so there's multiple factors as we looked at all of the people going into that. So when we're looking at accountability, we're going to put in positions where we are held accountable to the accountability standards, third through eighth, STAR, and then EOC, STAR data, because that's where our accountability comes from. We're going to look at data, who's best for kids, all of those things. So those are the teachers we're going to want to put in those core content classes first and foremost. We also have to take into consideration the certifications, what people are working on, and all of those factors. So it's a multifaceted approach. It's not just one thing.
And so that one that's getting moved in, is she a teacher? Or is she a TA, a facilitator? What is she?
Her particular role,
She was a TA, and she had filled in, of course, when we had lost.
But she's a TA.
Yes,
And we're
ma'am.
moving a TA into a certified teacher spot.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That doesn't
What
make
grade
sense
is
to me
that?
at all.
That would
I would
be
knock
sixth
that
grade.
in.
ma'am.
So
I
on
would move
sixth
that.
grade, I guess my fear would be the gaps that they're going to come, like the gaps that we know are at North,
Yes, ma'am.
that they're coming into from middle school. How is a non-certified, unexperienced teacher going to fill those gaps that a certified teacher would?
again, we look at data
So this teacher is
as better growth
growth.
as one of the factors.
Okay.
And so so every single person, as we were looking at our master schedule system-wide, we looked at certification and then also data, and then also is this the best move for kids? So we had to take that. So all of the staff that was staying with us, we had to find that place for where the best fit was to hit all of those factors.
So let me ask it this way then. In specifically high school and middle school, those teachers that we have, and I'm not trying to imply that other subjects aren't important, but I'm a firm believer in the math and science.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got to have the best we can get in those courses. We can't be scrimping. And we were told as a board that whenever we lost those 2 math positions and 2 science positions at high school, that we had people within the district that were certified that were going to slide into those, and that didn't happen.
Well, we have people within the district that are sliding into those positions, and almost all of them are certified in what they're teaching.
Almost all. Not all, but almost all.
Right, but there are people within the
I'm
system.
saying I believe that it needs to be all teachers. I'm not going to.
Right,
I'm not
but
going to relent on that because, to me, those 2 core courses, we got to have the best of the best. We can't be putting non-certified people in those positions.
so when we did our master schedule and it has not been built, but we looked at sections and what course offerings. So at math, we have 20 total sections that we need in high school for 4 different math sections, and we have 13 different sections for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So with the staff that we have, we absolutely have enough people over there as far as we looked at the master schedule. Now, it hasn't been completely built out yet, so there, again, it goes back to it may shuffle. But we also have to make sure that our first priority when we're looking at putting teachers where they are going to be best suited is for when they have accountability tied to them, we have to make sure that that's how this district is rated. So we have to make sure we have the teachers who we feel like, as a team, make the most sense to be fulfilling those roles. And so we're looking at all those factors. And so when you're putting, when we're looking at the teachers in high school in math, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It hasn't been completely built out, but we had enough staff to fulfill the need that we had in those courses. But again, it hasn't been completely built out yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just.
But it doesn't make sense to me that you would move a TA into a tested subject and move a certified teacher into, I guess, a non-tested subject. How does that? I mean, I'm not going to get your logic, I'm sure,
Yeah.
but that doesn't make sense. at
So
all.
when you look at data and you look at student growth or lack thereof,
Yeah, was her data, the teacher was there horrible?
it was not the greatest.
Okay, and so the TA, does she have data?
Yes.
Is her data great?
Yes.
And where does she get data from? If she's
If she's a TA?
Well, she's not currently serving. Well, I'm going to let, and I might have to go get Jamie to come in and explain this to y'all because
Jamie
she
provides
has been.
what we had to do with the because with the situation that had happened with the of course the teacher that had passed, we had to find somebody to put in that spot. So Noe graciously helped us out by coming in and taking over a couple of those classes. And this employee came in and observed, and while Noe was proctoring the class, took his notes and everything and learned the lesson and kind of went through it with him, and then took over those other 2 classes and used the notes and the guidance that was given, that was modeled by Noe. And that's how she was able to kind of go in and fulfill that need, because we didn't have anybody at that point, and we needed to do something to feed our kids and keep that.
and wasn't she
education
doing
flowing.
tutoring also? Right? Didn't she do the tutoring part?
I can't.
The TA that.
I don't know who
Yes.
did or did I do the
My
tutoring
son
because I wasn't there.
Yes, she did.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did.
Yeah.
She helped.
We were
Yeah.
tutoring as
We
well.
tutored
Yes.
math, and she would fill in for us when
Yeah.
we couldn't make
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so I know I'm coming in late. So the teacher that we're talking, or the TA that we're talking about, that got moved into the position. So you say she does have data. Now, when did we move her into that position that she took over? That she has enough data to show that much growth?
In the
That
beginning of
happened
the
pretty
year.
recently after
that
the
did that
passing
teacher
of-
at the beginning of the school. I mean,
It
at
was
the
it
beginning
was
of the school.
it was it was before Christmas.
Yeah.
That guy that passed that rule the other
Yeah.
day.
Yes,
The
sir.
middle school.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that was.
It was before Christmas. I'm thinking sometime in November. I'm trying to think of when we went.
So we only have basically the spring semester
We have
of
Yes,
data
yes,
to,
ma'am.
to
Yes,
gauge.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But I guess compared from her data to the one that was there, I guess is what y'all were basing
Yes.
at, that it's.
More growth than what the
Yes.
actual teacher did. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
and we're hyper focused on growth for all kids, and when we have somebody that's moving the needle more, I mean, we have to look at that and put those particular people in those sections that we need for
That's
our
different.
accountability.
We're going too far on this because it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the preliminary budget for 26-27 is very preliminary, right? So it's the expense side. Those assume as Dan was talking about, in the vacant positions, we put a mean salary in there. That number could actually be lower, it could be more. In doing that to calculate payroll, and you just don't know until you hire. It seems like in a perfect world you'd hire people with about 10 years of experience, but that's not always the case, and so in doing that, and then there's no change to, doesn't mean that there shouldn't be or can be, but there's no change to the operational non-payroll budget in terms of there's no reduction by a certain program or anything, or campus or anything like that. There are some things that came on. So I want to point you back to some one-time expenses that when we were adopting that original budget was a lot, and we were worried about it. And I don't like coming and telling you got a deficit budget. But that included one bus and partial on another bus. That's coming off the budget. Okay?
But that money was a loan that y'all counted as revenue, and it is not revenue, it's a loan. So you can't count it as a deficit, and you got it as a loan. I still don't understand how y'all show it one way, but y'all won't show it the other way.
No,
That's the school deal that I just cannot comprehend.
Yeah, so we do,
I
but
go get a loan,
but
it's not revenue, it's not loss for me.
the issue with the loan is we received the loan in 24-25. So we did show that revenue in 24-25.
I understand that.
But most of the expenses were in a different year. And so it all washes out, but it's still accounting, yeah.
It basically made a fund balance look better
Yes.
last year, and this year we'll see the other side of it.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have to say, it's
Yeah, it's a timing deal where last year it made us look good, better than we actually were, and now this year we're going to see the other side of it.
sooner than we'll see the bad.
Yeah.
I was in disagreement with the way it looked at a year ago, and I'm in disagreement. There is no
That's
change
some
in
of
my.
that, that's some of that funny math.
Just don't shoot the messenger.
No, I'm just,
Yes, sir, I understand.
I
And it's-
accepted school math.
Yeah, and it is,
Blame it on governmental accounting. That's what it is.
yeah.
Government.
And so when you look at this difference, it's reflective of reduced personnel. It's reflective of some of those one-time expenses, SRO vehicles, bus and a half, HVAC unit. Probably really like 3/4 of a bus, right? We had to deposit in the one year and then we paid off the balance in the second year. So you have a substantial amount of money there that's coming off your expenditure budget going into 26-27 because those will have been expended.
Are you seeing any or thinking about any big things for 26, 27?
Well, and so that's,
I mean, I know there's needs.
yes, sir. So that's the direction I think when I show you this stuff to give you the first glimpse is to think about what are the things that we need to address, right? And with the understanding that, and it'll help you more when we can give you at least a revenue projection and do that. And I feel confident we'll get you a decent projection. You won't get your best revenue for 26-27 until we get certified values in late July. But I can at least get the new data entries in, and so when we talk in June, we can look at what we're projecting revenue based on our ADA, expected student enrollment, those things for 26-27. But from a strictly expenditure side,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
Or if you don't agree with me, but on the taxes side of it, I mean, I know you're waiting on values and everything, but from a materiality standpoint,
yeah,
taxes, I mean, I know they're up,
yeah.
but, you know, the big thing is the funding from the state. I mean,
Yes, sir.
to me,
Well,
if you can nail that down as quick as possible.
yes, sir. So,
I mean, I know the taxes are going to be way down the road.
but
they're
that
not
state contribution is a balanced scale, right? So the state is going to pay us based on the ADA and those weighted formulas, but the property values set the overall what's going to be collected. So the state says we're only going to get so many dollars. So the reason the certified values drive this is, yes, it sets our local tax collection, but the state's not going to give us, they're going to give you an amount of money based on those certified values and your collections.
Yeah. Now, that part of it, yeah,
Yes, sir.
I understand that. I'm
Yes.
just saying the actual collections of the
Yeah,
taxes.
no, sir. No,
Those are minimal.
Yeah. No, yeah, we'll collect around $4 million in local taxes in doing that. If we have some delinquent taxes that are paid, that's kind of icing on top. You don't expect it at this point, but we do get some, and so every bit helps.
Have we had anything out here with the city on them SRO cards?
So we have gone back and on the cars. I haven't heard anything updated on that yet, and so that we're actually following up to see like what is the status of that. We have been in multiple communications with the attorney, and then the attorney is now taken over with the city's attorney. So it's not I'm not the third way person having to call multiple times, and so we were. It was on the agenda at the city. If they liked the agreement, because our attorney drafted it, it got tabled. Our attorney is still in negotiations with them, and he wants there's a couple of things that they're trying to iron out. And so once our attorney gets the version of the agreement to where it is agreeable to him, then we will be ready to move forward.
What do we have on the
Personally,
table?
okay.
What's our offer?
Well,
What do we offer?
the issues, the primary things. Let me pull it up. Are off memory. Is the city wanted us to pay an 80% cost share, and of a budget that they determined, and our attorney was not in agreement with that. Okay, so he has gone back and forth with them. So originally he wrote it 100% expended to us that we would pay that share. And that's been kind of a little bit of a sticking point. And so he's negotiating through that. The other piece of it was it said up to 5 SROs, and they drew a pretty hard line in the sand saying we will only do 2. And I said, it doesn't commit you to 5. It should say one of ours decided at the middle of the year. It prevents us from having to go back to you and draft a new contract. It doesn't say you are committed to 5. It just says up to 5. So they drew a pretty hard line in the sand and said 2. So there's just things like that. So our attorneys are going back and forth with them, and so that's one of. That's the.
Personally, I'm not comfortable with any of it anymore. So I have a lot of questions concerning anything that we're doing right now with the city. I think we need to revisit it. I know I've talked to some board members who agree. I just feel like I think having the officers at North have been like a trial run. And it failed. And so I don't want to have them, like we already purchased the vehicles, they're here, they're outfitted, we have it all. I do not want to make a quick buck on something and then turn around and have to purchase them again. I think that we need to revisit it and have more concerns, because once we get in that contract, I'm like, you know how it goes. And so, and what we discussed then, things happen, our trial run, and so it's to me, I see it in a different light than I'm just one. I feel like we just need to revisit everything.
Where are the vehicles anyways?
Well, we
Are they
followed.
still here?
They're ready for pickup, but I just don't know if we've actually picked them up or not.
Oh.
That they're ready.
So they're finished.
They just need to be striped, whatever you
Yeah.
call it.
Living in
We're still waiting.
Yeah, yes, for a while now. But that's,
I'm just gonna say, and I know, so y'all, I know y'all know I was against starting your own police department. And I talked to April, I told her, I said, based on several dynamics, the incident at high school, the no officer nor I am now think that y'all probably need to seriously sit back and consider and look at that option.
I agree.
I think the night that they presented it, and the numbers, the budget, and all that come, I didn't think we had that, and didn't think we had the personnel, but I think the way that dynamics have worked out over the last year or so, I think you better seriously look at it, control your own officers, or you're going to be at the mercy of whatever you get.
That incident at high school changed my way of thinking.
Me too. 100%.
That incident, whenever you were out of town.
It could get better.
Oh, I thought you meant the other one. Okay. No, I don't think that one. So I think we need to visit it.
So we need to set up a meeting, a special meeting one of these days so we can all sit down and discuss this, because I think we need to move
Well, that's something, even if we did, that's not, that would have to be, I mean, because it'd be,
Yeah, we
that's
can't.
gonna take time.
Yeah.
We gotta figure out what we're gonna do between now and.
Well,
Next
we need to
school year.
start somewhere.
Well, and
Yeah,
Dylan,
no, I know.
I did ask Dylan if he wanted to meet with y'all in executive, just to kind of review it. He said he wasn't at that point yet to review it with you, but he did want to meet with y'all in executive at the next board meeting. And so whether it's in a special board meeting or at the next regular board meeting, that's already in the plan to be there. So, but if you guys want to not move in a direction to contract with the city, then probably knowing that sooner than later is probably better, so that I can tell him to pause.
Well, they obviously have
And I don't
concerns if they
know. I
table
mean-
it. I mean,
I'm not sure why
they drug
tabled
it out with the county for 18 months and then just can't. I mean,
Okay.
I know things are different, but budget-wise, I mean, if you can find it, I think you should probably seriously need to consider going your own.
I don't know.
And depending on which way y'all choose to go, we can always talk with like Brownfield or something that's got their own, and they've been there, they've done that. So there's somebody down the road that if you guys,
Some hope out.
So-
yes, sir, they're
So what would
trying
be our
to.
options if we did table that, like, as far as moving forward for the next school year?
Well, it just depends. We either do marshals, guardians, or we try to hire SROs, but we have to get a different agreement with the city than the current one that we have for this school year.
It's just like a dispatch.
Well,
Anyway, we're
one
gonna
thing you
go.
can do through the money, I mean, just say, when you want to look at the budget with Laura retired,
Yeah.
you can make, you're so old, you get 5. One could be teaching the class, the orchestra class.
Yeah, the difference with SROs is they cannot do any other duties. That's the primary difference. Guardians and marshals can serve in teacher capacities or any other capacity, and then also serve as that armed personnel. So that's the primary difference.
SROs doing DARE and teaching the class and doing
Well, that's
skills.
well, we have 5.
That's what I mean. The 5th
Yeah.
one would be able to do it,
Yeah.
and they could rotate.
I'm sorry.
Well, we
got-
had.
We got 15 minutes left. Let's talk budget. Okay?
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, go. Sorry, Scott.
On the expenditures,
Mhm.
I do have a couple of concerns on a couple of areas. One being on the meals for the kids. Me and Ernest had talked about that. In the previous administration, we got that rate bumped up because it was getting to where our kids, whenever they were on trips, couldn't afford to eat, and they were running out of money. And we had that rate raised up,
Yes, sir.
and now it's been brought back down.
No, sir. Not to my understanding. I was told $13 a meal on daily rate and $15 a meal on
All that had
overnight.
gone up at one time.
Yes.
We had raised it. I don't know where it didn't get set in stone in y'all's deal, but it was raised.
What do you raise to?
Y'all
I
remember
can't
what-
remember.
That's what it
Around
raised to.
40,
I thought it was raised to 13.
I thought it was 40.
What I
It was
was-
like
Not
40. $48 a day.
For the
something
day,
like that.
though.
For the day.
For the day.
For
Do you
the day.
remember
All
the
for
40
all for
Yeah.
the check-in.
Yes.
For all 3 meals a day.
But that's only on the law, I mean, that's,
$13
this,
a
I think
day.
he's talking
No,
about,
a
A
meal.
meal.
I mean, okay.
So that'd be 39.
Yeah.
is that for like extended
that's- yeah.
travel?
But we had got it up into between 45 and 50, whichever is what is discussed.
For overnight? Is that what
For
you're talking about?
overnight, yeah.
Because we had situations where kids were running out of money. And so that's why we raised it, and then now it's come back down. And so my question is, why? And then my other question is, we need to address that in this budget, along with the travel. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but to me, we've got some travel issues that I would like to see addressed, from a standpoint of, where we go and how many people we take. Is it necessary for central office to be completely empty and taken to a conference or taken to a seminar, taken to I think the travel side of it, in my mind, we can make some cuts there. Because I think it's gotten to where maybe there's some stuff that we're going to that maybe we don't need to go to. Or maybe not as many people need to go to. You've got a conference set up where you're taking a couple to Houston to,
Yeah.
to learn office stuff.
Yes.
I assume y'all are flying.
2 of us are and 2 of us are not.
Y'all
Yeah.
taking 5 a.m. out of Lubbock? Or when are y'all flying out? Because our kids, EPA, to save money, had to get up here, had to get up at high school at 2:30 in the morning
Yeah.
to go catch a 5 o'clock flight. Same thing in Nashville. Whenever they're coming home, they had to leave it.
Yeah.
You talk about wearing, especially with kids, whenever they go. By the
Yeah.
time they got there and got ready to compete, they were worn out because they'd been up 24 hours.
Yeah.
And so, I guess my question is okay, if we're going to make our kids travel at odd hours to save money, then I think that should apply to everybody from top to
Yeah.
bottom.
100%. I agree.
But my point is, I think from a travel standpoint, I think, I just think from a budget standpoint, there's an area right there that we can work on because to me, I don't understand, if you go to a conference, why, 10 people have to go. Let's only take those, am I off
No.
base, guys?
No, you're correct.
And I'm like, that's the
I think,
standard if the
some of you
kids-
guys are leaving a lot earlier.
Yeah, if
like
our
2
kids
days
have to
early.
go at 2 in the morning, then the adults need to also, if you're trying to save a buck that way.
I don't disagree, but I think sometimes you look at who's paying for it. Sometimes organizations are paying for
Well,
it, which I didn't know.
that's fine. That's
So-
fine, but if it's coming out of our pocket.
Right, no, I'm just saying.
I'm just not going to put the kids in a position to where we're making them show up at high school at 2
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning to catch a 5 a.m. flight in Lubbock, and then they have to do the same thing coming home. But then whenever, the staff goes, then they catch a comfortable 10 o'clock flight out of Lubbock. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
So, I think travel's an area that, on the budget side,
To
that
look
we
at.
can work on.
Yeah, told you to add some things on our radar, and we've already talked about the need to look at meals and see what that, what that looks like. I think and I mentioned this before, I think there needs to be some discussion on how far does the district pay for certain things in terms of as far as contests and those kind of things, right? So,
I'm just saying that total daily rate, which includes breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we had asked under the previous administration to bump it up, and we were told that it was bumped up, but yet I don't know that it ever was. We had one teacher that received a federal rate before that was caught. Of course, the federal rate's higher than the regular rate before that was caught, but even the regular rate that was eventually paid wasn't what we asked for. And then now it's even lower. And there's just, it's just the way
Well,
it is right now.
one of the things we can do is we can bring to you the federal rate, and then we can do kind of an analysis of what other districts are doing, and then bring that to the next and kind of run a spreadsheet of like this is what the cost differential would be, kind of what we would predict, depending on what we spent this last year.
Well, I don't have a problem with looking at that between two yet. There's districts out there that don't pay nothing, or that pay subsistent
Yeah.
levels, and I don't mind looking at the comparisons, but I'm not worried about their kids. I'm worried about our kids.
Do you have an amount you want us to set it at? Because the government rate is I believe substantially more. I don't have it in front. Well, actually, I think I do. To be honest with you. But I don't know if this. I think I do have it.
We just want our kids to be comfortable.
Yeah, I agree.
Was it 15? 15?
It was-
3 months?
Yeah, because what we
And I'm
were,
talking total for the day.
That's what I'm
breakfast, lunch,
saying.
and
It's
dinner.
50,
Yeah.
15
Shows
per
$13 a
month.
meal.
$13 a meal is what it is. And so what we run into is depending on where they're going,
Yeah.
it's not just the basic $10 meal that you get at McDonald's,
That's-
or their Uber Eats food, and then you're paying for that. So it's a lot more. So you end up calling
That's
parents,
literally
sending
just-
money.
$13 a meal.
But that's
is about
literally just
$10
two meals, because most of the time
It's
they
two
get
meals.
they have the breakfast there. So I mean, if they're not spending there, they have their 2 meals.
And
which they can have.
sometimes those events where the facility or wherever they're at the convention center will sometimes have food trucks
Yeah.
in front. And those food trucks are like $20, $30 that you're spending. So they're spending 2 of their meals. So they're really stretching. A lot of the kids will just go get like mac and cheese or something from the store because they know they don't have that much. So they should at least be able to have 3
We'll
meals a
have
day.
kids that'll DoorDash milk and cereal to their hotel room.
That was mine.
Well, if you guys have an amount you want us to set it at, we can set it at that.
Well, I
Do you
I
want
think
us
we
to
just
do an
look at it. I think we
analysis
just
or?
look at it to see where we're
I
at
don't think we
because
need an
I'm,
analysis. Just kind of let's just.
Just-
I mean,
just
if
set
we
a
can
number.
start,
So
just to
what,
get to a
like-
ground number, so they don't have to go.
Right, yeah.
You know, I mean, it's.
Okay.
We just want them to be able to, I'm not saying that, eat extravagantly and eat in places that are just,
Yeah, no.
So I have a
Outrageous,
question, when
but
they go out
at
of
least-
town, are they on their own when they go eat, or does the sponsor take them to go somewhere to eat?
no, the sponsors take, sometimes the sponsors will take them, but sometimes they'll get pizza and they'll get in or they'll take them, but they still gotta pay. Like they have their
Yeah.
own money for their own food. So
And
they're always.
everybody's different because there's so many events going on.
Yeah.
You get a group that goes over here and you get another group that goes over
They'll
here.
go eat at the whatever.
Yeah, different times.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we do want them to be responsible with the money that they are given.
Sure.
I mean, because that's going to be something that they're going to take into life. You can't just give them an X amount of money. Here you go. If you don't need more, we'll give you more.
Sure.
Right. But with this particular number, it's like,
Yeah, no.
you don't
Yeah.
have a choice but to budget.
Right.
I mean, because it's gotten to where now, just, and I hate to admit it, but I go to Whataburger a lot. Lisa hates me for it. But just to get a hamburger and a Coke and fries, you're talking $12 at Whataburger.
You are right. You're right. I think it just having a look at it, we don't necessarily need an analysis or a big work study over it. Just
Okay.
give it some.
Just look at increasing it.
Just pump it up.
Okay.
Let's take care of our kids.
If you can think about what you had it at.
It goes like
I want to say we were talking around that $48
Right.
range.
I'll have to go back in my
Total.
notes and look at it.
Be texting
What
me.
I have was a $58 rate for employees,
Except on the first and last. That is 42.50.
and it's 75%.
But on the kids, it was $13 a meal, which
For
would be,
not overnight,
30.
15 a night, or per
15.
meal for overnight, yes, sir. So
so
45,
45?
yes, sir.
Okay, so we wouldn't be bumping it that much more. So y'all be able to work that,
Yeah.
work your magic. Erase another number here.
So raise it up to
Sharpen the pencil, is that what
Yeah.
they say?
48.
So get it to 48.
48?
48.
And that was a little nutty at first, Kevin, so I can't swear that everybody got 15, but, we don't have a lot of overnight trips in the fall. It's really late as the year goes on, so, really, I remember a specific conversation with Kathy, because she's the one that's gonna generate those travel recs for the overnight stuff, and we settled on the 15 per kid, but I think there may have been one of the first trips.
Y'all get this form?
The GSA one.
Will be some official form?
Yes, sir. And we'll probably revise those again. I want to make them self-calculating if they don't mess up the formulas. If they open it up as wrong,
I don't know if I would,
It's barely
I don't know if I would listen to you all go, but, I mean, are you planning on big ticket items?
So, I know we're about out of time for the workshop, but questions I have are, so there's 2 trains of thought, right? So when you're working to get the budget to a manageable number, what do you build in to do that? So one of the things that's not reflective in this number that I want to add to is this year I had some money kind of put back that wasn't from the AD, but that if we had students post-district travel, that we already had some money we weren't having to come to you to amend the budget to do that. It wasn't a lot, and we didn't use all of it. But I want to make sure that I'm doing that, like we had to amend for CTE. So I want to make sure we have the correct travel money the best that we can. You got to keep in mind that you can only set your budget so much, and then if people want to go over that, then they need to. That's where we get into activity funds and those things. But so wanting to have a backstop for that kind of stuff, Kevin. Do we want to budget for a vehicle? You know, I'd like to get with Albert and kind of talk about the condition of the vehicles. I know he has said to me previously that some of them are older, but they're in good shape, and they worked hard to get them in shape. Do we want to start budgeting for a vehicle each year that either we know we're going to get, or we put it in the budget, and when we get to March, if things are really good, we go ahead and spend that money to kind of stay on it, you know. So I can work on some sort of rotation for that. So those are wonderings I have is, I think we're in pretty good shape on route buses. So, you know, we had previously taken off that budget item because it didn't look like there was one that we were going to need for a few years. But to get back on a rotation, so we're not looking up all of a sudden needing 6 vehicles.
So do we have a plan for a rotation, like?
No, that's part of the summer plan and the budget process is to say what are the age of the vehicles, what are the mileage on them. Of course, vehicles today, you know, used to if you had 100,000 miles on your vehicle, you're ready to get rid of it.
Exactly.
They're better in that regard. They hold up better, and we do a good job taking care of them. So, but yeah, we do need a rotation to identify that and to come to you with and those plans can always be, you can always pivot if you set a plan in motion and you don't like it, you can always say, well, let's get another year out of a vehicle. But yeah, the plan would be to say, here's the vehicles that we have. Maybe it's one each year to get the fleet up to date, or maybe it's 2 and skip a year, you know, whatever that might look like. But yeah, we need to get that in front of you. I hope to do it in the June meeting.
What would be the difference in, I know business-wise, leasing, you do a lot more. What would be the difference in government or school side to leasing and just getting on a rotation? Really like a leasing company. They know every year that thing's going to be returned back to them and it's back.
So I'm not an expert on vehicle lease. What little I know about it is more from an individual perspective. And the problem with leases, and you see companies in Lubbock that will lease vehicles. Tech does it for some of their higher staff, coaches and stuff. That part of their contract is a vehicle and do that. But those vehicles, they're not driving that vehicle to, you know, Houston to recruit, right? I mean, it's what they're driving back and forth to work in and having a steak dinner with a booster or something like that. So the problem you have in leasing, and again, we'd have to look into the public lease option and what that looks like. But traditionally, dealerships, you only have mileage limit. And so that would be my initial concern is what type of lease would you get into that would have enough mileage that you're not hit with an overage. So, but we can look into it and see what those. I'm honestly never inquired on that, so I don't know. Yes, sir.
Well, 6 o'clock. Okay. This meeting of the trustees of Lamesa Independent School District is now in order. It is 6 o'clock on May 28, 2026. A quorum is present with all board members present. This meeting has been duly called, and this notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act Government Code 551. Mr. Aguayo, will you please lead us in prayer?
Good evening, everyone. If you'd like to stand with me, that'd be awesome. Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening, Lord, and we thank you for this day. Lord, we thank you, Father, for every person in this room, Lord God. We thank you for every student, every family member, every board member, everyone on faculty, Father. We just thank you for what you're doing in Lamesa ISD. Lord, we just ask today, Father, for your heavenly wisdom. We ask for your guidance, as your word says, to not lean on our own understanding, but trust you in all our ways. And Father, I pray today, Lord God, that you would just bless this room, bless every person here, Father. And we ask most importantly that your Holy Spirit would fill this building We love you, Lord, and we honor you today. Let everything being done today represent our community, our students, and our families. In Jesus' mighty name. And we say all together?
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for a moment, thank you for allowing me to be here to pray, and just it's an honor. I just want to share this evening that it is an amazing community to be a part of here in Lamesa. I'm so thankful for every person on the board. I appreciate all your effort, your sacrifice. I truly believe that your hearts are leading the direction of a next generation, and that's where my heart is, not just for the students who are present here, but also for the students who can't make it here, for the voices of the kids who don't have the privilege to be where we're at today. And so God bless you guys. Thank you for everything you do. I'm praying for you.
Thank you.
So you want to sign up to speak?
Yes, ma'am. We have Austin Casares. He will speak on the Do Not Come.
Okay. Okay, before we start, I just want to thank every one of you students and parents who are here today, because this is how you responsibly and respectfully use your voice. Though this decision is not 100% ours, this is how you express your opinion and use your voice. I do want y'all to understand you will not get an answer or anything done today, but that does not mean that your voice goes unnoticed, and what you're asking for we're not hearing. It's just proper protocol that we have to follow. But I want to thank you, and we are all very proud of you and excited to hear what y'all have to say. Okay, Austin.
This is a petition,
Okay,
and this is the paper.
thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President, and members of the school board. My name is Austin Casares, and I will be a senior upcoming 2026-2027 school year. I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the student body about Do Not Comes implemented into our schedule for the 2026-2027 school year. Myself and the student body here today believe that Do Not Comes are a necessity to building a strong educational foundation now and in the future of our lives. Do Not Comes allow us to build and work towards the goals that are put upon us and focus on the path that we have chosen since our freshman year. With the focus on these paths, it allows us to have a smoother transition to our adulthood life after high school since we worked on these selected pathways. This past school year, I was grateful to have 2 Do Not Come periods, which allowed me to focus on work that was given to me, such as homework from classes the day before, or projects that were allowed to be taken home so I could put my best work into them. Also, I was enrolled into multiple dual credit classes with these 2 Do Not Come periods. It allowed me to have time to focus on work assigned from those classes because it was a free time to do what I needed. I needed those 2 periods off because of the extracurricular activities that I was involved in. I also participated in sports, which have after-school practice. In addition, I had CTE practices for competitions in regards to the SUCLA and high school barbecue. One major thing that took my time in the afternoon was work, because I would go as soon as my school activity finished and wouldn't get done till late at night. This would take away time to do school assignments or dual credit work. Do Not Come to give me the opportunity to work towards my associate's degree in high school and get the degree before I graduate high school. Without Do Not Comes and a full day being implemented, it would cause us to have to be in classes outside of our pathway and fill our schedule with activities that cause more stress to us and overwhelm the memory of our primary focus. It also would not allow us to be in as many extracurricular activities, such as dual credit, sports, CTE activities, and even work because of the workload put on us. It doesn't allow us to balance us with our life and school and just put the main focus towards school, which causes more stress to us, but not only us, also the teachers, because of the workload they have to provide and get out to us through the time that we have. This also causes teachers to have fuller classes, causing a major stress on the amount they have to get out to us. These Do Not Comes allow the teachers to build a strong bond with us and the students and stronger learning outcomes, while also reducing stress and supporting better well-being of teachers and students. Do Not Comes have not affected our school academic performance poorly. If you look at the table of reports from TEA, our performance percentages have increased in the past 4 years, from 2020 all the way to 2025. There were some that dropped, but the majority of the test scores you can see increase in the grade levels you can achieve, which can slightly show Do Not Comes do not necessarily affect the teaching and learning of the students because of the positive performance showed on the table reports. I hope and believe that this shows why Do Not Comes are a necessity to our schedules and the impact that they can create on our education, future life, and work programs that we focus on, giving us greater success to the work we are devoted to. I request if the board can look back over the use of do not comes and implement them into our schedules for the upcoming 2026-2027 school year. Thank you for your time and dedication to us, to the student body, and us educators.
Thank you very much.
Carter Sheldon. Carter Sheldon.
Austin, may I have a copy of that?
I can make one.
Thank you. Well, you can send it to me or bring it to me or get it to me somehow. That was very well written, very thought out, and I'm proud of you for using your voice.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. We all know that the reason we're here and have a school is for the benefit of our kids. And we should always strive to pursue excellence. Very few times do we achieve it, but we should never stop pursuing it. My main interest in personnel is in teaching positions. I don't know for sure, but I'm hoping that the things that I'm going to address are already being fulfilled. Specifically, I would like to talk about the math department at high school. Math is extremely important, and we should not just look for teachers who are satisfactorily able to fulfill those positions, but someone who is proficient in teaching Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, Trig, and Calculus. Those may already be being covered. I don't know for sure. But if not, I would hope and trust that you would see that those positions are being filled by people who are extremely proficient in teaching those subjects and that they are available to all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Savannah Rodea.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Savannah Rodea. I'm an upcoming senior at Lamesa High School. Thanks to my Do Not Comes, I have been able to gather enough college credits to work on obtaining my associate's degree in criminal justice so that I can graduate with it before graduating high school. I was extremely grateful to be given 2 Do Not Come periods this past school year. During these Do Not Come periods, I was able to work on homework for core classes, homework or projects for in-person dual credit classes, and even homework for my online college courses. Since one of my Do Not Comes was at the end of the school day, I was also able to get more hours in for work, which helped me make even more money that went towards saving up for my life after high school. I was able to do all of this while still being involved with sports, Skills USA, and having 2 jobs, with only 2 Do Not Come periods. If I'm able to do all of this with just 2, you can only imagine what our students would be able to do with more. Today, I come to you on behalf of our students at Lamesa High School. Our students at Lamesa High School have been able to earn Do Not Come periods for at least half of a century now. If you don't know how long half a century is, it's 50 years. 50 years of students who exceed bare minimum. 50 years of hard work and dedication from the students of Lamesa High School, from freshman year to senior year. We, the students of Lamesa High School, respectfully ask to be granted Do Not Come periods for the people who meet any of the following requirements. They have passed both TSIs, have been certified in any CTE course, are employed, taking dual credit classes, or obtaining a college degree of any sort. We feel these requirements are fit for students who are exceeding bare minimum at Lamesa High School and are dedicated to building their futures. Now, we ask that you lend us a helping hand at building our future. With Do Not Come periods, students are able to work on college courses, go to their jobs, study for SAT or ACTs, work on homework, and overall manage and learn the responsibility of time management. This will prepare us for our future college lives. If we are put into classes that have nothing to do with our career choice, then we are at risk of getting off track and wasting time that could be spent on preparing ourselves for our future careers. Since the end of 8th grade year, we are told countless times to focus on our work, finish our career paths, take our TSIs, join dual credit classes, or even get a part-time job. so that when we become seniors, we are able to sit back and enjoy our last year of high school and prepare for our lives after high school. At the beginning of this last school year, many students were urged to take their TSIs or get certified in a CTE course so that they could have do not come periods this upcoming year. Many, if not all of the students present today have done so. Then, all of a sudden, we're told we will not be granted any do not come periods, no matter how hard we have done and what we've done to earn them. Throughout the years of implementing do not come periods, they have helped tremendously. They have helped students catch up on work, plan for their future careers, get jobs to save for their lives after high school, and even get a head start on college. So again, I come before you on behalf of myself and the student body of Lamesa High School in the belief that implementing do not come periods into this upcoming school year and the years to follow will help our students strive for success not only in high school, but the years to follow. Thank you for your time and dedication to setting our students up for successful futures.
Thank you.
Savannah, did you pass one up? Do we have a copy of that?
No, but I can get you one.
Very good job. Can you please get us one, please?
Anyone else? No, ma'am. Okay.
Is it too late for me to sign up?
No.
Time before?
No, go ahead.
Okay, real quick.
Go ahead. Just
Real quick. I'll be brief. I wasn't going to say anything, but Savannah inspired me, so I'm a little emotional just thinking about it. For those of you that don't know, I'm the assistant district attorney here in town. I also born and raised here in Lamesa. Graduated number 3 in my class here, first generation college student. Was out in the workforce for several years. Came back, went to law school at the ripe old age of 35, so it's never too late. I graduated at the top of my class at Texas Tech School of Law. I've always been quite the overachiever, and now I'm pushing my children to do the same. My son Jagger will be a junior next year, so I know we're hearing from kids who are going to be seniors. But I hope that it carries over for the do not comes for the juniors as well. Because even though we're only 2 years in, I've been pushing my kid with those same goals. Let's get your associates, let's be done, let's be as far ahead as we can as possible. And the reason Savannah inspired me to come up here is because I had one of my first solo trials was an aggravated assault of a deadly weapon case that we had in, where's she at? November? Yeah, November-ish, October, it was October. And my 2 key witnesses in that case were Savannah and her grandmother. The defendant had hit a woman and a man with a baseball bat in the middle of the street, causing severe injuries to the woman. The man too, but he refused to go to the hospital. But since from the time the offense happened to the time we went to trial, Savannah's grandmother passed away. So she was my key witness. She had video recorded the incident at the ripe old age of 11. Was it 11? She was 11 years old when she recorded the incident on her cell phone. And that was my key piece of evidence in the trial. And she was my star witness. We ended up getting a 75-year sentence for that man. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. And it was all because of her. And she was a fantastic witness. She was excellent. And she attributed a lot of that to her experience as in her criminal justice classes and the time that she got to put to that. And she was actually shadowing. She may still be shadowing at the Lamesa Police Department. She was helping with dispatch. She's too young to actually take the calls, but they were listening to all the dispatch calls. And I think she was actually there. It worked out that she was able to testify for me that morning because she was in a do not come period, which I would have had her there anyways with a subpoena. She would have been there either way. But it worked out because she was in a do not come period there. So as a parent, I think it's important. She talked about it being 50 years in the making. I mean, it's been happening for 50 years. I was there 25 years ago, and we had do not comes back then too, and I was able to work. I talked about being a little bit of an overachiever. As a first-generation college student, I was afraid that I would not get into college, that they were not going to accept me. I just didn't know what to expect. I ended up applying to 27 Ivy League schools, and I got accepted into 25 of those schools, waitlisted on 2. And I think it was because I worked. I was involved in every single extracurricular under the sun. And I just did what I had to do, and I think these kids can do it too. I think it's possible, and I'm just here to say I think the do not comes are important, not only because it allows them to do other things, but it also is an incentive for them to work harder their previous 3 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone?
No medals.
Okay. No parent comments?
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move up the do not like your discussion with it, since we have everyone here, so they don't have to stay through unless they want to, the rest of the board meeting.
So we had some information prepared as far as do not comes, and I think there may be a little bit of misunderstanding with filling your class schedule with just random classes. So that's not, I don't know if that's been lost in translation. So we have roughly right now in high school 135 students this past semester that were coded as do not comes, with a total of 378 sections that were coded as do not come. So what this means is kids don't go to a class, they're unaccounted for. There are obviously ADA implications as far as PEIMS coding, etc. And as a result of looking at this, we had, of those students, we had 39 of those students, after looking at schedules, now have to be coded as part-time, which drastically impacts our ADA. As a result, that impact will, right now we are estimating that impact of moving those 39 students to part-time status to a district loss in revenue of $285,750, plus any additional lost revenue as it would relate to and pertains to section coding for work-study classes, study halls, other things of that nature, more CTE programs within their class, and each of those would be subject to additional revenue.
So I have a quick question.
Sure.
Okay, so out of those 39 students, I know that's a big number, but will it balance out, like for the ones that are CCMR certified that get $4,000 a kid back? Will that kind of, like, now I know we have to go recode it, but will that kind of at least not affect us as bad with the CCMR?
No, I'm not the PEIMS coding person, but this is coming directly from our PEIMS person. Right. That it will be a loss because they're already coded in that regard. So that when we do the template, we're already guesstimating the revenue side of it.
Which is about how much per kid?
Are you talking about the WADA per student?
Yeah, well,
the average WADA per student is approximately 14,200.
Because we're going to code them, right? They have to be half a day now, and so that means that we're losing
$285,750 in revenue.
Okay. Okay, but that has nothing to do with the money that we get for the $4,000 that we get from the. Okay.
This is just a direct hit to revenue that the state won't fund us now.
Oh no, I think there's more to this than what we're talking about here. I don't know what if y'all remember, we had Danielle come talk to us. I really think we need to. I'm not ready to make a decision on this because I want to know everything, and I don't know that I know everything, and I would like to throw out the suggestion we get Amy Baker down here and go through the whole gamut of how it all ties together, because I can't imagine that we've been leaving $200,000 and some odd laying on the table forever, because do not comes have gone back forever.
Well,
we've been doing this. No, I'm just saying we've been doing it forever. So I'm saying I want to know more about how the whole wheel works, and I'm not just going to take the fact that we're losing $285,000. Well, no, the $4,000 does come into play. I disagree with you there. The $4,000 does come into play per kid. And I'm so proud of these kids tonight. I want y'all to know that. For y'all to come and do what you've done, for you to step up and own your education. That says a lot about Lamesa ISD, and it says a lot about the kids at Lamesa ISD. So proud that y'all have done this. But my point is that I'm not ready to make a decision tonight because I want to hear from the person in my mind she didn't start this. She picked it up whenever she started here. This goes back to the days of Kim McCraw and Keith Bryant. Back to days,
Well, I think there's a difference
It's
when
just
when you
been
have
here a while,
right.
so I want to know more.
So
I don't wanna just
in
make a
my
decision.
research of what I have uncovered, and then every hour it seems like we're uncovering more, I think there's a misunderstanding of do not come versus work study. So work study is a specific program where you are assigned to a teacher who is basically your teacher of record, who monitors and makes sure that you have a job, you work your required number of hours, and all of those things. That is a coded class, and then the kids are responsible for going to work for that number of hours per week. So there may be some discrepancy in an understanding. So right now, the way the do not come is coded is it's not tied to a PEIMS section. So kids basically are not held accountable to going anywhere. So per se. So there is a section, what I was told in the master schedule, there's a section in the master scheduling side, but on the PEIMS side, there's no tie to these kids for the revenue side because they're not accounted for in a class. Does that make sense? So work study can be perceived as a do not come because you're going to work study. That is an actual class. Study halls are actual classes. Those are things that you get scheduled in as classes that then go into the schedule side, then also get coded into the PEIMS side because you have a teacher of record who's monitoring you. And so dual credit class is the same thing. You go to a dual credit class, you have a teacher of record. It may be online, but you still have a teacher of record, you still have a class you go to. And so I think there's some miscommunication as far as what a do not come means. And so what I found in my research thus far is that years ago it was a work study. Kids had work study. And how it got changed, nobody seems to know at this
2020,
point.
2021, it was done away with.
So what you're saying, okay, so I know we've discussed before that we said we can't completely get rid of the work program because a lot of these kids depend on that income
100%.
for their
But
families
it's
and
not
themselves.
really
But the work
program's not
program's
going
But
away.
that
That's
has
what I'm
nothing to
saying.
do
No,
with this.
it's not there.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
We
The
directed them
work
to do it
program-
last summer,
Right.
and it wasn't.
That's my point. That's the point I was getting.
All
at.
I'm asking for with Amy, all I'm asking for is for her to come. I'm not ready to pull these do not comes from these kids from a standpoint of I don't think we know everything.
Right.
And you just said from your study and from your research, okay, that's all well and good, but Amy's been doing this for years.
Yeah.
The scheduling side of it, I want to hear from her before I make this kind of decision, just like we heard from Danielle.
Sure.
I'm not saying yes or no, but I'm saying I want to know the whole.
You want
the
more
whole
Yeah.
thing.
No, all the facts.
I mean, am I off base?
No.
So are we calling do not come to the work study program
No.
for 50 years?
they're not.
No,
Because
so
my kids did it, and it was a work study.
Thought mine
So
was
is
too.
It was not
So
just
is it
you're
fair
not
to say
coming.
that if it's
Yeah.
the do not comes
trying to figure
for
out.
them is like they're doing their homework and stuff, they could
So-
do that on campus while they're in the
100%.
classroom, right? And be
100%.
considered,
But they're still
So
counted
any-
for it.
they're still counted for.
we
it.
can't say, let's just say we have 100 seniors that want to do work study program. If they have a job and we feel confident that those kids will be able to fulfill the requirements of that, they get scheduled into a work study, and that is coded for the number of sections. That's not the same as do not come, but we can't arbitrarily say all 100 of those are going to go to work study because we have kids that don't want to work or their parents don't want them to work. They're too involved in other things, and so those kids wouldn't be best suited for a work study program. So it is truly a case by case basis on which kids need a work study, need to be placed in a work study class. And so that's where you go into the master scheduling side, and that's what Amy Baker would do. She would look at each kid that's a junior, senior, and sophomore, those kids that are eligible, she would schedule them for those sections. And that's how that one piece of it used to be back in the day. Somehow it got switched to an actual do not come, and so kids actually do not report anywhere So, for example, we have a safety or security incident or lockdown or anything on a campus, we have no idea where these kids are. So they're not reporting to a class. We don't know if they're on campus. We don't know if they've left campus. And so we have anywhere from 1 to 6 sections of do not come for some of our students.
So most of these said that it was 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I had senior study hall, so that's
Yeah.
1. So what's the, do some kids have 4 and 5, or is it normally
And
2?
6.
Yeah.
So like a day of a kid that has 6, what does it look like?
Come to school 2
They
hours
come
a
to
day
school
and you're
2
done.
periods and they're done.
I mean, I know. I'll take my son in 1920. He went to work at 5 a.m. down at the shop. Then he went to class, and he was in class until about 11. Then he went to basketball. Then he went back to work at McDonald's from 1 to 5, and then back to basketball. So, I mean, no, he didn't have a lot of core subjects his senior year, but he worked. But it was the last year. I know that was the last year that Ms. Telchik had a work study program before the previous.
Right. Yes. And we also recognize that we don't have, like, our community could not sustain potentially having 100 kids in a work study program. We recognize that, and that's why it has to be looked at case by case, kid by kid. Any kid who is working needs to be in a work study
Highest
program.
number in a work study program we had.
So instead of just like do not come. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because there's not a category under the PINGs for do not come.
Well, there is.
There is, but
We're
we
just
don't
not
do-
coding it that way, and they're not assigned a section.
So these 39 that are part-time, half-time, what would they, what would they not have to come to school? Or how many do not comes would that trigger a be part-time?
I don't understand.
39 are being coded as half-time.
Yes.
If they have 4 or more, do not come.
Out of 8 classes, right?
Well, why couldn't we, I mean, my being adamant about letting Amy come present to us, I want to know more about the dollar side of it and how that works. But, I mean, yeah, 5 or 6 periods a day, yeah, that's too much. But I think we can come to some sort of agreement to where, you know, I'm not in favor of completely, totally pulling these do not comes away from these kids, because a lot of them have busted their tails to be able to take a breath before they, before they go to college.
Yeah.
1 and 2 is reasonable, because I had that.
Yeah.
There's
But being a part-time student in high school is not
reasonable.
There should be a happy medium
There's
because
a-
our kids do a lot.
There's
We're
a happy
put in so many
medium.
places.
There really
A part-time student in high school is not reasonable.
No.
No.
If you're, I believe if you're involved in the work study program, or if we do have if we do the dual credits included in there, that could be their do not comes.
and really focus on the work
But you're
study.
still studying, exactly.
Because that work study can look different. So, like, if we have some of the girls that are in, like, cosmetology and say, okay, they don't want to go work. I guarantee you there's some business owner that would open up their salon to allow them to job shadow, because we used to have that.
Yes.
My dad used to open up the shop to our students, and they learned the basics. So that would consider in the work study. So I know there's a happy medium. There's a way that we can make this work if we just get all the facts. Hear from Amy.
But I
Hear
want to
from Danielle.
I want to hear both
Yeah.
sides.
That job shadow that you're talking about, is that something that's monitored? Does somebody monitor
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
That's
Make
why it's
sure that
included
they
in
are
the
doing
work
it.
Because
program.
they
Yes.
have
They have
to,
to
like,
sign
like,
off on it.
check some of the stuff or hear from the owner, like,
Miss-
here, they're doing it.
Okay, was Lisa, was she the only one doing the work, or did she have other help? Because I know it's going to Taylor.
She's right there.
Do you know Lisa? You remember?
Stand up.
What was your largest group, like, number a year? I mean, we're talking about there's not, like, 100 couldn't do it, but what's the largest?
Probably 100 or so. Because a lot of the seniors at that time were in the career prep program.
No juniors.
We had a few juniors. The ones that maybe doubled up on classes and were taking dual credit and had more free periods, yeah. But
Have
maybe-
you been asked by businesses in the community where, do you have any kids to work, or have you
Oh,
kids that
absolutely.
quit?
I still every year have people contact, and me and Miss Baker work with them to find them jobs and find them kids to work. Yeah. we don't have the business to say we did back in 2020
Right.
and stuff. But, I mean, there's still some out there. Still an option.
And well, and I think Lamesa ISD used to do it as well, because Reagan was in the work program
Yeah.
as well.
I know,
She worked
I-
over at North.
When I
They
graduated,
did IT, and they let office staff and TAs, stuff like that, yes.
Yeah.
we have
Something that was done in
technology
the past.
team, we have
Technology
kids do
that had some- that would
technology,
work.
we,
Like with Albert's people,
Right.
maintenance, grounds maintenance.
there's a way.
Okay. I do want to say something that, everyone here has said that they are very proud of the students that came in to speak for everybody. I am as well. I'm very proud of y'all for coming to speak for yourselves. But I do want y'all to think about something. Almost every single one of y'all and parents and have spoken, I've seen lots of things, talk to people, parents, and y'all talk about working really hard and being there and having, you're being involved in your CTEs, your work, your athletics, school, and everything. I understand all that, and I get that, and I understand that you do deserve your recognition, your a little downtime for being, for working so hard. But at the same time, if you have 4 hours of do not come, that's a lot of downtime that other schools, that other kids are working. And they're not having just 10 months of doing nothing. It can be done. I mean, I'm sorry. I know it is hard to work, to do all the extracurricular activities, and to be a good student. But it can be done. And I think it'll just make you a better person and work harder for what you want to achieve. Because all three of my kids have done that. And I have one going to Japan to work to study overseas in a couple of days. And I do have one that's an assistant district attorney as well. And they worked in the work study program. They graduated the top 10 of their class, and they did all the things as well. So I want y'all to think about that as well, because I mean, while you're sitting here with 10, months of just kind of taking it easy, there's other kids out there in other schools or in the work program or other places that aren't taking those 10 months, and they are working a little bit harder. Just something to think
Well,
about.
and that's why we're saying those that that's got 4, 5, 6 hours off. That's going to be addressed.
Yeah.
That's what we said.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We're not talking about
Yeah.
the 4
Yeah.
that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
We're talking about 2 or 3 hours. I mean, I don't know if that's asking too much.
No, I don't think we're asking too
Well,
much.
and I'll
I
add
do
to
think
that,
it's
it's also going to prepare y'all to what the real life is like, because once y'all go to college, y'all may not have any downtime, and that's something that'll just help y'all understand that that's part of life. Sometimes you have to work double to achieve what you want. So, I understand where y'all are coming from, but sometimes this will also help you understand once you get out of college. I mean, out of school and going to college, you might have to be working all day, going to school all day. So it'll just prepare you also for what's ahead.
I think that's the happy medium.
Yeah.
I think like what y'all are saying, and maybe not having all day. Mine was one of them. He was home by 10 when he graduated. So I 100% get that. And he did not work. So I get 100% what you're saying. But like this young lady who was went to school and worked and had extracurriculars and studying and going to college, those 1 or 2 classes will make a big difference for the ones who are in travel ball or in a lot of. I think there's a happy medium in giving them work study some periods and like you said, and right, dual credits, just maybe not all day long, because I do understand their expectation and what has been drilled into their head. Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard, and they're putting in all these hours, all this time, and it's stressful because I know I had a kid, it's stressful, and then we're like, hey, we're not doing it anymore. Good job.
But
So I get it. I get why you're using your voice, and I get why you're coming. So I think that with the happy medium, and hearing from Amy and hearing from Danielle, there's a way that they're also not feeling like,
But I don't think 10, 20, 30, whatever years ago, I think it was called Senior Study Hall.
Yeah.
Or so.
Zero.
I think over
Zero.
the years,
Oh, yeah.
with the different pathways and going to dual credit and all that, I think it's been abused by a small percentage, and that's where it jumped on the radar. So when something is abused, it's going to affects the masses, and then, of course, the ones here that care, and you can tell they're going to school and they're doing their stuff the right way. It's affected you, and the ones that aren't here, they're the ones abusing it. I mean, look around. Everybody here is probably the top of the class or your grade. So you're always going to be affected by the ones that abuse things. But because it's just caught me here like two. And I'm like, I had one, so that's why I want to know what constitutes a part-timer. So 4 does, and then we have 5, 6. That's abuse. So and that's a lot of funding. And when we start looking, I mean, we said, well, we'll go on our budget there. 600 or 1,000, that'll cut into it. But
Yeah, and then it takes us back to that, that's for funding is for, but then for UIL eligibility, they're required to be in 4 hours of academic learning, which is 5, a minimum of 5 classes as far as our schedule is right now. I don't think we have any plans of changing the minutes or the master schedule, so it would still be 5 classes next year. So that's the other piece of it that kind of comes into play here. So we just have to make sure that.
So we don't have any
There again,
violations
that's
on
why-
that, do we, right now?
There again, that's why I want to
Get
hear
our
the whole
information.
thing from the
Yeah.
I'm
standpoint of.
personally not aware.
There again, that's why I want to hear from the
On the financial side, Amy
financial
won't
side.
know on
Well,
that, but Danielle will,
Daniel
and
will, but
Scott.
I want to
Yeah.
hear from Amy. That's
Yeah.
what I'm asking
Okay.
for you to bring to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Because I want to know how it all works. I want to know how the whole wheel, I want to know how the,
Like the
Mouse gets the
CCMR, all of it,
Yes.
ABA.
because I can't fathom the fact that if you're telling us we're leaving $280-something thousand laying on the table, then how many years have we been doing that?
But it was different.
Well, I know that, but still.
Yeah. Well, if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, the kids were all coded full time. And as we went through to start summer PEAM submission and realized that the kids weren't enrolled full time, so they were accounted for full time in the budget template.
So are you saying somebody wasn't doing their job right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, because I don't know where the breakdown is. So I'm assuming when we did the budget template, when we prepared the budget, we assumed all kids would be accounted for at a full-time status, which was how you usually do a budget. As we're preparing for summer PEAMS and we're reviewing the data that goes through PEAMS, and we have all these kids that were not enrolled in school all day, we have a legal duty to code them properly in PEAMS. So when we started doing the math and looking at how many kids that was, it's the 285,000, which we originally budgeted for, that now we will not receive revenue for, and then we'll have the settle up with the state. And so I don't know if we're under or overpaid right now as it is anyways, but that will be a piece of our settle up. So that will impact our projected revenue by that much.
So, okay, so you're saying that 285, how many kids was that? Because surely we didn't have that many that had more than 4 classes off.
39 kids.
39 kids. Or part-time, or what it shows, or being coded as half-time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's quite a bit.
I still want to know about the CCMR.
I do too.
I still want to know where that 4,000
let me
went.
remind y'all, remember CCMR 2 years ago when we were being told, hey, we're rocking it, everybody will be there,
Yeah.
And then we got the hickey,
Uh-huh.
and then we were a goose egg, and we're like, well, why? Well, it's going to be there in 2 years, it's going to be there 2 years, it's going to be 2 years. And it wasn't. So who dropped the ball there? Is it the same, is it previous, or is it the same person? I mean,
Well, that you're looking at CCMR is based off of lagging data, but it's not 2 years lagging.
but we would kept being problems.
Yeah.
We'd be at 100%, and then it was a big
Yeah.
24% like that.
So sorry, I just interject because there's some confusion on these two. So there's CCMR accountability that affects your A through F rating. Okay, it's got a year lag in it. And so kids have to meet one of those 11 indicators in order to be compliant. Okay? And you have to hit it. And that percentage changed 3 years ago from 60% being an A to 89% being an A. Okay? So that when you're talking about, one more year we'll get, we're addressing TSI or whatever it might be, you're talking about the A through F accountability formula. And we're talking about CCMR outcomes bonus, which is a funding formula. It only applies to kids that are special ed, economically disadvantaged, and there's one other. And then in that, you have to have a certain percentage of those kids in that category, graduates, who meet all the criteria.
Which is different. It's a different set of criteria than for accountability.
So I've got a projection here that we will not hit that because we don't have 11% of our, it's 24% for economically disadvantaged, it's 11% for one of the other groups. So we can give you more information about that.
Yes, that's
what goes into how that gets calculated.
That's what I would like to know.
Yeah.
That's my question for when we talk about it again and we talk to get all the information. And I know y'all keep explaining it, so excuse my ignorance. All I'm saying is, if you have a kid that we're coding, now we have to code them half, and it's 200 and something, which probably ends up to 30 something a kid. But I'm assuming, and I could be wrong. I know that's my question. I could 100% be wrong. I thought that if they're CCMR certified, it's not going to count as cosmetology because I know cosmetology doesn't count. I don't know if that means I don't know if that's included in the 39 kids. I'm just saying, I know right now we have to code them, but for this year, is that going to kind of balance out? That's my, and it might not, but I just.
No.
Okay, no. But
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're just talking about just the revenue for WADA right now.
Okay.
That's the only thing we're looking at. And so we haven't even carved out anything. Had they been in a work-study program or a course that would have generated other funding on top of that is just like our average WADA. So, but back to his point, CCMR for outcomes bonus funding, that is a whole different animal. And so that's where you generate that additional funding, and we're not projected to bring in any for this next year. But we'll have a presentation on that, and I'll have Amy come.
Two things. Kim was talking about 4,000. Is that the one where we track it after they leave high school?
Yes.
And we get that back. So we'd recruit some, but it'd be 4 or 6 years. We'd get it. But our other thing I want to ask is, and this is prior to, on the last sentence prior to you and some others, but I guess my question is, what were y'all being told when we directed the previous suit to get the work-study program back going? I mean, why wasn't it? I mean, that was a clear directive from this board to get it going back.
I honestly don't. It was never given as.
No, we did it in a meeting.
No. I was saying as far as after that, it was never a directive as far as us to continue it as far as from him. We just, our focus was of course the master schedule and trying to get everybody right as far as accountability purposes. As far as the work study program, I can't speak to where the break in communication happened as far as from y'all to implementation.
I know we had several conversations, and Ms. Telchik was willing to take it back on. And, I mean, that's what I say. That's where I think the frustration is, where we thought it was going. I'm being naive, but I thought it was going.
Yeah.
And it's not.
I'm just not ready to pull the rug completely out from under them on the do not comes.
But do you want to go in?
But I think we can come
4
to
or 5?
No. That's what I was going to say.
I'm good with 2, and I think Dr.
good
A is.
for-
I think that's reasonable.
Well, I think, but it has to be labeled.
Well, I think anybody scheduling a master schedule and giving kids 4, 5, 6 go home and do. I don't think they have true best interests in the students' outcomes. Even if they've worked to get there, because.
That's what I was going to say, if you'd let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm not for, a child having 5 or 6 periods where they're unaccounted for. But I think we can come to a happy medium from a standpoint of 2 or 3 periods of allowing them to do not come. I just feel like they've worked hard. I get Cindy's point from a standpoint of what her kids have done. Well, I know what my kids have done, and I know what their senior year looked like, and I know what most senior years look like for most kids. They reach that senior year, and it's like it's time to coast for a little bit because I'm fixing to have to hit the workforce, or I'm fixing to have to go to college, or I'm fixing to have to do this, and so I'm just not in favor of us completely, totally yanking it out. But then I'm also not in favor of allowing the 4, 5, or 6. I think we can come to a reasonable agreement and a reasonable.
And I get that, but as far as the funding part too, that's where
we get funding
especially
for
because
that.
we're in a budget right now. We're trying to figure out how we're going to function the next couple
But we
of years.
get the funding if
We
it's
get
not
the
more
funding
than
if you
half a
consider
day.
it work program.
So-
That's what I'm saying. You speak to the right people, you figure out how to code it or how to word it, and we can still work out. We just got to figure it out. So bottom line, we're going to take all this information, talk to the people, and figure out a happy medium. It's probably not going to be out where you have 5 or 6 periods, but it is going to we'll figure something out to have a happy medium. Is that what everybody is saying?
Come up with something.
Okay.
Whatever is best that we need to do moving forward.
I don't think, if I'm wrong, any of the administration is against like wiping it totally. You got to come 8, 9 classes as a senior. I think you're probably against the 39 part-timers.
Yes.
That would be mine.
It's like, where's Austin?
What's your schedule like?
Where's Austin? Stand up, Austin.
Right.
He's
Oh,
right
there you
there.
are.
I had the first 2 periods off, and then the rest was classes.
Okay. That'd be my kind of class.
And
So
he
you had
worked on
period-
his dual
you had
credits.
You had period 1 and 2.
Yeah, I had those off. And then the rest was like,
Well, that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
to me, that raises that's an issue in a sense as far as ADA, because that's typically our attendance period for high school. And if we don't have kids that are in that second period, that really hurts us.
Well, you'll
What
figure
time
it
do you
out
get to
at
one
the end
period? You
of
get
the
what I'm
day.
saying?
What time do you get to school?
But we can work around that.
You
can't we?
could,
Well,
No, but there's for me like I'm with what y'all are saying, and I'm all for creating a policy to follow, so everybody knows and everybody's on the same page. But the way I look at it is if we're going to do, say for example, 2 do not comes. For example, we call it 2 not comes. You set those periods to where they're like your 7th and 8th period, and you call them study halls, where that student has to go in and check in 7th period. So it's for attendance purposes. They check in. You have a teacher of record, whether it's Amy Baker, whether whoever it is. They check in, and then depending on how it goes, they're allowed to go home. But they're at least checking in for attendance purposes. And if they need help, they can stay for help. If not, then they have that 7th and 8th. Those are just things that are kind of working through my head, kind of while y'all are having this discussion, is how can we have a happy medium, but also help us as far as the funding side of it too, is maybe doing your 7th and 8th period as a study hall, where they check into a teacher of record for attendance purposes, and then they're allowed to, I guess, do not come, is what I'm saying.
I would see where the advantage on the state hall at the end of the day would be athletics. They're going to a game early. They're leaving school early, and I think what hurt was, I can't remember about when, all of a sudden they threw athletics in 4th and 5th period. And then you had to go again afterwards. That's what I say. That was the deal that it was done in 1 year. And so, but if you put the stuff at the end of the day, then you go to, especially with the district we're going into,
Yes, sir.
traveling 2 hours
Yes, sir.
to games each way.
And that's something we're
You're gonna
also
lose
addressing with the master schedule as far as the athletic period.
Till 9:30. I think that's something though that
I believe
we
our-
need to get out to the students.
second
be-
period.
believe
be
it's
like,
9:30
inform them
is our
about their
PEMS.
reasons.
It's
High school,
third period.
Third period of high school?
I think so. I think it's what it is.
Okay, there you go.
I guess the main thing is that we'll try to do what we can so we can help y'all out, but as far as also as a district, as far as our budget,
Yeah.
don't know what period it's gonna be, but
We'll come to
we'll
a
try
happy
to come to a
medium, we'll
medium.
figure it out.
It may not be morning or afternoon, we don't know. Yeah.
The main
It's gonna be
thing,
up to
we're
the
proud of y'all.
schedule.
Very proud of you.
Very proud of
Thank
you.
so
Great
much.
job.
Keep up the good work.
This is your opportunity to leave unless you want to stay for the rest of the meeting. Take a
Y'all can
You
schedule
don't.
a meeting anytime with
You know what I'm saying?
They're like deuces. I'm
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know, in 8 minutes. Do you want to go like 5 minutes as fast as we can and then do
We
TASB?
can go. I'm gonna go ahead and try to keep them on.
We just did it.
Well, no, because you have his other stuff on the so you wanted to go through that. But I was going to skip the introduction of our new people. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, but yeah, can we do the people first? And then we have TASB in a second. And then, did you pass that down?
Yeah, I did. The paper we passed down to you? I didn't get
Yeah?
I need a second.
Well, you don't do the yeah, that one will table. I have it on my notes to table, but that was because we don't have a resolution with them for that. It was one of those action items. We'll just table it.
Oh, on the may
Or
may
postpone
not
it.
move. Okay,
Yeah.
just tell me. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then the other one is the actual language for the other thing. Down there, the second highlight on the bottom, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Y'all ready? We have a presentation in 6.5 minutes, it looks like, but I wanted to take this time to introduce some new positions. So I'm going to start with our curriculum director, Heather King. If you'll stand up and you get to come forward. Heather brings 4 years of principal and assistant principal experience to our district with 26 years as an instructional coach. Please, if I say anything wrong, please let me know. And 6 years as a teacher. She has led some efforts at some campuses to turn schools around. She is very well versed in data, has a very strong background in elementary education and especially RLA, and she is a rock star. So I wanted to introduce her to you as our new curriculum director.
Hi. Yes, that's me. That is me. I know. I'm rounding out my 30th year in education. This is all I know. Education is what I know. Since I was a junior in high school as we called it TASB, Texas Association of Future Educators. And from then on, it's been nothing but education. And so between teaching pre-K, I don't know how I did it for 15 years, to first, to third, to fourth, and then circling back to instructional coach.
You hear me?
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, and then admin. I do, like she said, I love data. I love data and I love growth. And I'm very excited to bring my knowledge to Lamesa. And so I just want to thank you, the board, and Dr. Avey for the opportunity to come out and be a part of this community. And we're excited.
We're really excited to have you. And I've heard so many good things about you. And my sister-in-law, you probably don't remember her, but she did her student teaching under you, Sandy Martinez in Lubbock.
Okay.
And so when she saw your name, she was so excited. She was like, she is the best. I've
Oh,
learned
good.
so much from her. So I've heard a lot of good things about
Good.
you, and welcome to Lamesa ISD.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is our North Elementary principal. Come. Oh, yes, I'll skip you.
I was rushing them out because they were feral.
That's okay. We will go to our South Elementary principal. Come on up, Miss Ashley Bolton. Ashley Bolton has been an amazing rock star for us. She stepped in and filled the role as interim principal at South Elementary, and she has led a lot of change initiatives that we have in place over there, and she's done an outstanding job. She has 13 total years in education, 4 as an instructional coach, and this last half year as the interim, and she has done an outstanding job. So we are so excited for her to be the new principal of South Elementary.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
So
I just
proud
want to
of
say
you.
thank you all for giving me the opportunity. I'm really excited. I know there's a lot of work to be done, but I actually worked with Heather King in Lubbock, so we're going to dig in together. So I'm excited.
Very
Thank you guys.
excited. And just know, South, you're setting a foundation, and you're instilling change and positive all the way around. And sometimes with change, a lot of people don't like it. So just stay doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Hang in there. Very proud of you.
I have 4 daughters. I deal with change.
I'll announce the athletic director who couldn't be here. He actually took a few days of vacation. He hit the ground running on day 1 before he was actually even hired with us. Came back, got moved all the way out here already, if you guys don't know that yet. I mean, we have gone text messages, phone calls, a million things to try and get him out, he and his family out here, but that's Gabe Smallwood. And he has done some amazing things. So we are super glad to have him, and I think most of you have already met him. And then I'm going to follow up with our North Elementary principal, Ms. Hannah Clemens, who is just outstanding. We love her. She has worked really hard underneath an amazing principal and has been trained in all the things that we need to do to continue to move the campus forward. She has, I didn't actually get your total number of years.
I'm about to start year 10 all with
years.
Lamisa.
And several years as an assistant principal, and she is an outstanding rock star, and we are very excited to have her serve in this capacity.
Yes, well, I just wanted to say thank you. I am like a very picture of grow your own with Lamisa. Shelly Mann hired me to get my alternative certification, started there, then went back to get my master's, got to be AP, and now I'm here, so literally started from the bottom. So I just want to say thank y'all so much. I'm excited. I'm nervous, but I'm excited to keep North moving in the way that it was, and I'm very thankful that I had 3 years with what I mean by feral. With Miss Griffin, and so I've learned a lot, and I'm excited to keep working. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much.
What? Yes, she'll be here every day. Yeah.
So as far as introductions, those are the introductions for the new leadership positions, and we can move on into the TASB pay maintenance if you guys would like to do that. You guys
Yes,
ready?
we will
All right.
go on. Yes.
Great, just let me know when to start.
Are y'all ready?
Yes. Yes.
We're ready, Keith.
Excellent. Good evening. Sounds like you're having a good time there. My name is Keith McLemore, longtime consultant here at TASB, Texas Association of School Boards. Thank you, district leadership, for allowing me the opportunity to present remotely, as it definitely is a busy part of the season. So I'm here tonight to present through the results of what is called an analyst pay maintenance, basically looking at the district's pay structures, teacher hiring schedule, and the non-teacher. There are other structures that are non-teacher, but readjusting those pay grades to upwards and calculating pay increase models for those here in the room tonight to look at and consider. I actually do all of the work on this. Ashley Grossman, that's why her name is there. She is a data analyst, but I come in and handle the board meeting presentation. So that is why both our names are there, but Ashley is not here. And so just let me know if I am not doing things right on my end. Did it advance? Perfect. So here are the market districts that were selected by the district at the beginning of the project, and we do the state's only that I know of, but for sure the largest salary survey with public school districts and colleges to have the data that we have. And so from year to year, districts may or may not participate, but we try to keep this list as consistent as possible. And you can see that there are some asterisks there for like Big Spring and Snyder and Tahoka. That means they didn't do our survey, but Ashley was able to get the teacher hiring schedule off their website, or maybe even emailing them for that or calling them so that they could be in the teacher part of it. And so we had 15 that were there for the teacher comparisons and 11 for the non-teacher comparisons. You can see there on the right, exempt and non-exempt. I just noticed a slight typo there. That's human error. That second to right column should just have teacher. It shouldn't have exempt and non-exempt. But the one on the far right, that is correct. Those are the districts that did our survey, and so they are teacher. All of your jobs were able to be compared with. Those data points are included for all of the jobs.
Hey Keith, do you mind if we pause for a bit? I'm going to print out the revised slide deck so I can give it to the board so they can have it in front of them, since we made that adjustment.
Yeah, not an issue at all.
We're going to get you the slide deck so you can see the pages that he's referencing closer, because it's been a little bit revised.
Is the one on the board book not
Is
correct?
it the one on the board
No, it was
book?
The one that we attached on the board book was the one that we did last year, so you all can see the comparison.
We did last year and the actual full study, but this is actually the slide deck with revisions to it. So we're going to get that to you, because not everybody has a device that you'll be able to see it on, so he's printing it out real quick. I think he's getting it real hot.
Yes.
He just sent me that revised just right before he got on. We made some adjustments that we wanted to look at when we met with him earlier today, because we had some questions, and so we wanted to make a couple of adjustments on a couple things. And he just sent me that, so I wanted to get that in front of y'all so you can see it a little better.
I think that I had that saved.
Melanie.
I know, I'm trying to get, I was
You leaving us?
It just says.
Well, I didn't get a cookie.
Okay.
Oh, next time.
You know, I was going to ask for a copy of what look at this.
I'll get you one.
That's all right. That's fine. I got enough.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby.
We're going to do it.
Whoops, I don't know how to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I've already adjusted that. But it won't kick in, because then it'll say hold until 11 and 6, plus
I'm old.
I don't know. I'm trying really hard.
I was afraid I'd forget it.
It's not putting I feel.
It's so hot in here.
Excellent. Yeah, sorry for the late change there, but there were 2 slides I noticed that we needed to update. So moving forward, let's look at teacher experience first. This graphic is a pie chart representing the 84 teachers we had at the time of data collection and their total pay experience as teachers. And the main takeaway here is that that green slice, which represents teachers with 6 to 10 years of experience, it usually is right about at 6 o'clock, meaning about half of the district's teachers have 10 years or less of experience. So that's pretty much right on the money, what we would expect. The next slide is a similar graphic, but it shows total or teaching experience of newly hired teachers. There were 13 at the time of data collection for this past school year. And here you can see the district is recruiting at multiple levels of experience. It's not just all clustered around those with 0 years. The blue pie slice is 0 years. There were 3. Oranges, there were 3 there as well. But yeah, so that's this can change pretty dramatically from year to year because of the small sample size. But it's a good indicator that y'all are attracting people, candidates with multiple years of experience or levels of experience. And this market graph is notorious for not popping. I'm going to stop since we're all friends here and make a quick adjustment to make that work for everybody. It's an Adobe or a PowerPoint issue. Change that. All right. Basically, I'm just going to take a screenshot of what was supposed to be shown. Okay. So let me start from the current slide. So hopefully y'all can see this. There we go. So what this graphic represents is a comparison of LAMISA's teacher hiring schedule at 5 benchmark years, 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. And your district's data is in orange. And the blue represents those same 5 points for your peer list that we showed you previously. And due to the fact that the vast majority of districts typically everyone is kind of lockstep with what that hiring schedule is, it's a good indicator and it's reliable for what the market values are, those different benchmark years. So you can see where the district is above market at year 0, pretty much right at market there at year 5, and the teacher pay and LISD starts lagging market a little bit at year 10, and that gap widens at years 15 and 20. And we are expecting, normally we do a survey of districts that we are that want to participate of what they plan to give for pay increases this year, but just due to the nature of how things stand with teacher retention allotment and some other factors, I can just tell you from what we are doing, the models we're building, it looks like market shift will be about 1.5 to 2%. So, but there are a lot of districts that I'm working with that are adopting, weaker model, maybe 1% or even 0%. But there are some out there that are doing 2 and 3. But all that to say though that when we get to the models, you'll see what I'm talking about. But the market will shift. If it shifts 1.5 or 2%, you're basically to maintain the current market position, the district would need to adopt a pay increase for teachers that is roughly, somewhere close to that 2% range. That was a long-winded explanation. Sorry about that. So here is the data that drives that graphic. It's just the actual data, just to orient everybody. Lamisa's salaries are shown at this first white row. Local market, the second white row. The percentage difference to market can be seen on the next to last row. And the dollar difference that equates to can be seen at the bottom. And you can see the district is almost $900 above at year zero, which is where most districts do the majority of their hiring. So that is good news. You're a little above at year 5, but then you start that gap starts going from about $1,100 below market at year 10 to about $3,600 below market at year 20. A new data point here is the average salary comparison for LISD. And you can see 3% below market there, or just under $2,000 below what the typical, the average is of those other districts. We also want to show quickly the comparisons for the non-teacher pay families. And here you can see exempt positions, so think about, principals, directors, accountants, those type of positions. And then the second group there is the clerical paraprofessional group, which is non-exempt. Those jobs are entitled to overtime. They're considered non-exempt. And then finally, auxiliary, similarly, is non-exempt, all of the jobs there. But the pay comparisons to market is a little on the weaker side for all three groups. You can see for the exempt positions, 10% below market. The clerical paraprofessional, 13% below, and the auxiliary is 24% below. And the pay grade minimums to market are shown here for those, because of those two groups are non-exempt, clerical paraprofessional and auxiliary. And because that's the advertised rate, that's why we want to let the district know how they compare. And so the minimums are 11% below for clerical paraprofessional and 21% below for the auxiliary group. And you can see the number of benchmark jobs that were included in those comparisons. Because this is an analyst maintenance, it's a smaller group of jobs that were benchmarked, just because, an instructional aide, the bus driver, a cafeteria worker, or child nutrition worker, those jobs are very synonymous with, they can show your market comparison very, very well, even though it's a smaller number of, your overall market comparison for these groups, even though it's a smaller number of bench jobs compared versus like a full pay study. So recommendations, these are the slides that I adjusted. At one point there was discussion of doing things one way, and then I realized I needed to update that based on our conversation today. So recommendation 1 is very common. It's just to adopt the general pay increase, or adopt a general pay increase rather. 3 models are provided for the board's consideration. For teachers, the increases are calculated off of the current market value for teachers, which was shown earlier at $62,180. So the way to think about that is 1% or 2% or 3%, whatever that percentage increase is that's selected. It's calculated off of that and then prorated out for duty calendars beyond the typical one for your district. For non-teachers, the general pay increase, or GPI, is calculated as a percentage of each employee's pay grade midpoint, which is because the district has adopted a market-based pay system. That is where that comes into play, and it creates it maintains internal equity for everyone in the same pay grade because they get the same pay increase, and because the jobs are grouped based on market value, similar market value, that's what the idea is behind that. So recommendation 2, there are some adjustments beyond the general pay increase that are calculated as part of what Ashley did. One of those is that there weren't many, there might not have been more than one, but if any individual needs additional dollars to get them to at least 1% above their pay grade minimum, that is one adjustment that might happen. Strategic adjustments are in the exempt group, where the formula says, hey, if someone is still on the lower side to market, that there will be an additional 1% of midpoint given to those individuals. The teacher pay equity adjustments have probably never been as important and hard to do as they are now after House Bill 2, where statewide teacher market value increased by 7.5% with the teacher retention allotment, and districts are trying to find ways to maintain equity there for people that decide to leave the classroom and become a principal or a counselor or even like a director of special education. And so the teacher pay formula says, hey, after any other increase amounts, do people in the jobs in the teacher career pathway need additional dollars to make it where they are on a daily rate basis in a similar degree and experience going to make as much as they would if they were in the classroom, but up to a point. It's not for like up to 40 years. I believe Ashley has that set at 20, maybe 15 years, 20 years. It's in there that it compares to. Thank you. And then these placement scale adjustments are a way to align pay with experience for non-exempt jobs. And it is basically kind of think of like a teacher hiring schedule, but it's more of a compensation tool where it spaces people out based on the experience that we received, the experience numbers we received, it spreads them out up to midpoint of their pay grade based on their reported job experience. So those are additional adjustments that some people might get and others might not. Model 1, there are 3 models to look at. This is the most conservative of the 3. It's a 1% for all groups. And you can see the breakdowns by job family. Just to kind of orient everyone, the general pay, normally we just have a general pay increase. That's the first column with numbers in it. And that is what I already spoke to at length about how those are calculated. But you see there's also the teacher retention allotment that now has its own column out here to the left of 18,871. And what's going on there is that people entering year 3 of their teaching career next year or year 5, they are triggering additional amounts to stay compliant with the House Bill 2's teacher retention allotment language there. And so those are line items separately because that will be something that is sent back to the district through Settle Up. And you can see those adjustment costs have their own column, the second column from the right. And like you can see there that $46,000 is actually more than pay increase. But what is happening there is there are so many of those teacher career path equity adjustments needed to provide additional dollars to maintain that career pathway, and placement scales are triggering, like for auxiliary, for instance, slightly more of a budget impact or dollar amount than the actual pay increases. But all that to say, this model here, you would be looking at, if this were to be adopted, a total budget impact of just under $240,000 or a 1.9% budget impact. Model 2 is a 2% model, and so what happens here, without over-explaining everything, is that the general pay increase is stronger, so the adjustments, those costs go down, so they're offset a little bit. And so the idea, though, is that this is a 2% across-the-board pay raise in theory, but there are additional adjustments, like I mentioned, where some people get additional dollars to correct, things like internal and external equity. And this total pay increase, or budget impact rather, would be $339,000 or 2.7% budget impact. And the final model, and I didn't mean to make that red jump out at you, but I was trying. I know that how it is to be in a meeting like this, and the slides can start to look the same. But this model here it should say Model 3. Apologize for that. I was working quickly. But what the idea here is that it's a mixed model where the auxiliary group and the clerical paraprofessional group, those non-exempt groups that had if you remember, had the weakest pay comparisons to market, those people in those pay families would receive a 5% increase, general pay increase, and the others, teachers and the exempt, would get a 2%. And that is where you can see that the final cost impact is, if I go backwards, $422,000 or a 3.3% budget impact. And what's nice about this is it's kind of throwing money. It is targeting dollars towards the groups that have the weakest market comparisons. And if that price tag is not ideal for the district, we can always do some adjusting based on your feedback. So this last graphic is kind of neat. It just shows the 3 models all together. I usually don't show this, but I thought it'd be good to show that in this case. And that's why it's all scrunched up looking and kind of not artistic, but that is what that is about. So you can easily look at the 3 models. That's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to, I guess, the questions might be hard for me to hear, but if someone wants to tell me what they are, I can do my best to respond if there are questions.
What's the number of staff you based all this study on?
The number of staff this was based on, it's based on whenever we first started.
What's the number of staff this was based on?
It's on the model.
I think 315, if I recall the correct number, but it was based on the number of staff in January.
314?
I think 315. That's what I hear.
So where percentage-wise does each model get each category of employees to when you're talking, where it shows they're at 70% compared to all these schools and 80%, 90%. Where does Model 1 get on, Model 2 get on, Model 3? Are we still going to be 15% behind another school?
Did you hear that? He said with the adjustments that we're making based on the percentages, whether it's the 5% or the 2%, is it going to help us get closer to market, especially for the weaker positions such as your auxiliary and your clerical paraprofessionals, like the 5%, for example?
Great question. And the way I like to think about this to simplify things with all of the adjustments are, if we look at it holistically, like Model 1, it's just under a 2% budget impact for the district. And if the market is going to shift somewhere between 1.5% to 2%, this model will basically, you would tread water with your market comparisons. Yes, some of them might go up because of the adjustments versus others. Kind of like where auxiliary, you see they're basically getting a 2% pay increase because of the adjustments are so steep. And clerical paraprofessional is not getting as many adjustments, so the needle wouldn't move as much for clerical paraprofessional, but there would be a little bit better competitiveness maintained with the auxiliary group versus like Model 2, the budget impact is 2.7%, so there would be some improvement with your comparisons to market, probably in the 1% range. And I'm talking overall, right? And so then you can see in Model 3, because the budget impact is 3.3, or the total, on average, there's 3.3% of a pay increase, basically. I mean, that's really oversimplifying things, obviously. But the idea, though, there is that you're in that model, you would gain about 1.5%. You would get 1.5% better, more competitive, because the overall percentage increase is probably twice what the market shift is going to be. Does that help out?
Yeah. And so, what are y'all looking at? We're looking at what's an ideal number of employees for this next year?
We're sitting about 275.
And where do y'all Where do y'all think will be? I mean, that's significant.
So those numbers will be lower.
Well, it dropped.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, like I said, those are based on the 313, those models. So those, say it's 400,000, that Model 2, for example, it should probably shift more to 350K because we're short, those 25, 30, 40 employees. So like I said, as far as we would, the 5%, that would get us maybe a 1.5% to 2% increase. So say if our auxiliary was sitting 76%, it would raise them up to 78%. So we're still going to be well below market. In order to get them closer to market, you'd almost have to do like a 15% pay increase for your auxiliary clerical paraprofessional, stuff like that, to get them closer. Is that correct, Keith?
That's a good way to describe it, yeah, and because, percentage-wise, we fully understand that that's very rare for a district to be able to afford something like that. It could be split up over time, maybe in this case, in order to, typically there's a 2 to 3% market shift every year. So if you're 25% behind and you do 4% pay increases every year, what's that, 12 years it would take, So you have to be really aggressive. So if you do 5% pay increases and subtract the 2, let's call it a 2% market shift, you're going to gain 3% on market every year. So that's like 8 years. It would take 8 years to get to market if you're doing 5% pay increases for the auxiliary group, for instance.
So we've always given, like, we do a little more for them, trying to catch them, but then just the insurance eats them up.
Mm-hmm. And insurance is going up. Insurance is going up again this next school year.
So they always lose out.
And that's why we wanted to focus on that, especially that Model 3, giving them that 5%, because those two categories are by far the weakest as far as to market, and that's why we made that suggestion to Keith to say if we can do a 5%. So it gets us, I know it's like baby steps, but they're the ones that need the most help when it comes to getting them closer to market. Yeah, so basically with the 5%, it gets us 3 percentage points closer. So if they're at 76, they go to 79.
So you know, it's total first year.
Yes, sir. Do y'all have any more questions for Keith? We're good?
I think we're good.
All right, Keith. Thanks for popping on with us.
Yeah, my pleasure. I appreciate the time, and look forward to maybe seeing y'all down the road in person. But have a good one.
Yes, sir. You too.
Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Okay. We'll go back to the start of it. Consent agenda, financial report, Scott.
I'm up.
You're up.
On you.
All right.
Oh wait, did you want to go up to the canvas?
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Go ahead and canvass the votes, and then I won't say these till the action item, right?
You can skip to the action item if you want. It's up to you.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and canvass the votes. Tyler Roberts had 226. Melissa Gassides had 451. Debbie Segovia had 316. Ron Mann had 44. Albert Minhada Segosa had 316. And then we'll just wait for the rest. Go ahead. Okay, so now we're ready. Yeah.
All right. So we're looking at the period ending April 30. Third page on the monthly financial report. And as I mentioned in our workshop, Kevin, we normally report, and it's been this way prior to me coming, but normally that report was by function. It started with the revised budget. It may have been original budget, I think, at one point, but anyway, I add that column back because I felt like most of the categories, there's not any change. We haven't amended there. But wanted y'all to be able to have that as a reference point. Again, where you start in August isn't necessarily the all of it there. But so you can see those numbers you were asking about earlier. Now we can see those in front of us. Adopted $21.5 million budget that has since been amended to 21.9. And then you can see what we've encumbered. Again, some of those encumbrances may come off as we clean up POs. Maybe something was put in and we ended up not getting it. We encumber travel money, and we, for an entire season, if they spend less money than the requisition was for, then that money will then come back. So we clean that up during the summer. We try to clean it up periodically during the year, but now that things have slowed down, we'll go through and find where any of those are outstanding. We'll call that campus department and say, hey, this PO is sitting here. It was entered in February. It doesn't look, we haven't received an invoice. Did that get ordered? Sometimes the answer is, we had a situation last year. They ordered late in the spring some classroom supplies for the next year, and we got all the way up near the end of the fiscal year, and before they finally received it, it's back ordered. So we call them, they say, oh, it's back ordered, I'm trying to get it in there. And so we check on them. If it's something that they're through, we clean it up. And so then you can look at the monthly activity, percent year to date, and we'll compare that in the next report to last year. That's 71% through April's, I think, pretty good on the expense side of things.
So, basically, from what you told us in the budget meeting, that what you're thinking is that, after we amended that deficit, I'm just repeating myself to make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, sir.
The original adopted was like 2.1, and then we came in and amended it for the computers or the lease.
Yes, sir.
That big amendment.
Yes, sir.
And then a few other small amendments that we had. Got it up to about, what, 2.5?
Yeah, well, so the revised deficit was at 2.628.
But you're thinking, based on what you're seeing
I
right now,
think, yeah, I mean,
shave $1 million off of that?
I think we'll end up closer to that 1.6 range.
Okay.
And we'll update you each month as the summer expenses come through where it's looking.
$1.5 million is a lot better than $2 million.
Yep.
As always, I hope I'm right. I'll do the best I can to put it in front of you. If there aren't any questions on current year, then we'll look at that next page. And again, that's just a year over year that I like to do with you, just to kind of compare our expenses year to date. Again, those can fluctuate for a lot of reasons and across the deal, but I do like to look and see if there's a drastic difference. If we've spent 71% this year, and last year we were at 65%, but why have we spent more, especially early in the year? I really watch that because if we know we always spend a disproportionate amount in the September, October, but if we are at 10% higher expenses at that point, that should be concerning to us, that our bills are running higher, and try to figure out why. This time of year, you just hope that you left enough. If you're sitting at 80-some-odd%, you still have summer and a big August payroll, that would be concerning. So I feel like we're in pretty good shape here. We are increase of about 5% year over year, but again, you have some one-time expenses that inflate that because you have the purchase of vehicles. There's a big money item that would explain the majority of that increase when we're talking year over year. expenditures. If you don't have any questions over that, we'll look at the governmental fund types, just updating you on those. And I've added that revised column because of some of the grants we do get additional entitlement. We usually find that out in March, and so you can see those revised budget numbers. So Title I, almost $70,000. Excuse me. Yeah, right. $69,000 increase in entitlement. So that we find out about, and what that does for sometimes payroll's we do a lot of payroll in our federal programs. Sometimes that gets tricky trying to calculate how much who's on insurance and different benefits and how those will calculate. That helps bridge a gap if we shorted it. As we get into the summer, if we see that we're going to have extra funds, it gives us a chance to reclass some expenditures. Last year, for example, we had one of these federal programs that we had a carryover from 24-25. And so we were able to move a salary. We had a teacher that we had been paying out of the general fund. We went in, reversed that, paid them out of that federal fund, spent that money down, and saved that money onto that budget last year. So, but you can see there just to inform you of some of the additional funds that we received here in the spring. Any questions on those? Okay, and so we did an amendment in the fall. We'll have to do another amendment in August just to clean it to. We may not have to in August, but I don't like from our standpoint, I don't like looking at lines that are negative. As long as the function's not negative, that's what you guys approve. We make sure we move money, those are fine. But previously, the district was, and I explained this once before, we were paying expense and revenue out of the same side of the ledger. And we had a deficit in one of those lines, and auditors caught it and said, hey, your expenses go in expenses and revenues go in revenues. And so we fixed that. So I wanted to do that because I want us to track things. So these two things we're looking at are the revenue we get from hosting playoff games, not our games, other schools, and what we charge them, and then renting of Lamesa ISD facilities to other entities, right? The summer programs, the youth league, all that kind of stuff, dance recitals, all those kinds of things. So we're wanting to recognize the revenue. You're not amending the revenue, but we're recognizing it. In other words, we've already deposited that money, but now we want to recognize it so we can amend the expenditure side. Because in the expenditure, we didn't budget for this. So when the auditor comes in October and says, hey, y'all need to, we're going to move this, y'all need to do it. And so we talked about it. I said, okay, that wasn't budgeted that way because I didn't know that's what was going on. So what's the best way to do this? So we're trying to move revenue to show the expenditure side so that budget line does that. Now, one of the things I'll talk with Dr. AD about is our facility rentals and are we charging enough? Ultimately, do you want to break even? Are you okay if we have some cost associated? So, if we rent facilities and at the end of the year we spent $3,000 more for the whole year providing security and cleaning and all the pieces to it, then we collected, that might be a tolerable amount. If we're losing $15,000, $20,000 a year because we're not charging enough in rent, then I want to be able to come back to you and have that, inform you of that and say, hey, we need to adjust our rental prices. So we're trying to do a better job of tracking that so that we can make adjustments to what we charge in our fees. That's kind of wordy, I didn't mean it to be, but if you don't live in my world, that may not make sense to you. Any questions on the budget amendment? Ran up against the workshop, so I'm having to grab my.
I have a question on the gym rental.
Okay.
How do y'all determine on what y'all charge as far as the fee per facility?
I wasn't here for that. I don't know if that was an administrative decision on the charge of fee, or if that was something that y'all previously discussed and said.
No, I mean, we didn't decide that.
Yeah.
And only my question, the only reason is because someone who has rented it before was wondering why they would charge more for the Follies and not the high school new gym. You would think that it would, and that's why I was just wondering, like, how do y'all come up with?
I think it's based off of having both of those facilities, or no? They're
Well, I think
doing
they do it individually.
Yeah, what do you mean?
But like the Follies is one price and the new gym, the facility is another price. And actually the Follies is more than that, and I would think that it would be the other way around. So that's what I was just curious to see.
Yeah.
Is it just the practice gym and the
Yeah,
gym,
just
or
the
the
gym,
actual
the gym, the high
main
school,
gym, our
yeah, the
main
main
high school gym?
But I thought our main high school gym, you can't,
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's just the small gym.
It's the auxiliary.
No, but like when they rent it, like for tournaments, when they did.
They don't,
They
they
weren't
can't,
supposed to.
they can't play on them, like, at all. Or they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to play on the main.
But they
How
do,
about the
they
new
do
gym?
like for the championship
I
tournament.
think they've
Like,
been playing at the new gym.
yeah, they've been playing on the new gym. That's why I was wondering, because they had asked, and I said, I don't know. how
They're
that
only
works.
supposed to be using the practice gym because of the goals. They were not supposed to be using the main gym. The only time they use the main gym is when it's like championship games or
When
something.
that, and I guess that's what I mean.
That's
like
the only time that they
So I'll get a copy of the fee
just
schedule.
just to find
and,
out.
and that way I can share that with everybody.
I don't know what it is.
If we have an agreement or whatever, we'll get it to y'all so that we can discuss it at the next board meeting. If y'all want to make changes or updates to it, we can
As
do
far
that
as
too.
prices, share it with me.
Okay, I was just curious. 'cause
Yes,
they had-
ma'am. No, I'm past due to look at it myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we still use the online booking?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, we're,
Sports teams.
Yeah,
one of the things we're looking at this summer is well, this isn't related to what you're talking
How
about.
much, I would like to know how much we paid for that online booking thing for the gyms. Maybe we can figure that out next time, unless you know now, but.
I have a copy of the facility rental policy, if y'all want me to print that out. It does have the prices on it, as far as the
I mean, if that's
softball
what we
field,
go
the
by, yeah,
baseball
that'll
field.
show us what the difference.
I think we
is.
still need to go over it too.
Yeah. Either way.
All right. So I've got I think I gave you a singular month where we did not look at the quarterly finance report, so I just threw that in there just to do that. Next month we'll actually do another quarterly report for the second quarter. I'm sorry, for the third quarter. So just all that, just again shows you our bank balances, interest collected. So I have a separate document. I can update that and share that with you as well. But Dr. Nagy, I've talked a little bit about it previously. Just tracking the difference between the yield from some of the more robust government fund investment pools to compare, so you can see the difference in interest, what we could be collecting. Now, this is an assumption that you have every dime in the bank was an investment pool. Obviously, we wouldn't do that. But just to give you an idea of because we have a large amount of money in the bank, when you look at the interest we're being paid from our depository versus investment pools, there's some money to be made on the interest side. So I hope that in the July meeting that we can have some recommendations on some amounts that keeps our deposit healthy and cash on hand healthy, but allow us to gain a little more interest in our funds. Any questions on the investment report?
No.
If I missed anything? Check registry, a lot of that, you'll see there's a lot of stuff with umpires, custodians, security for 4 playoff games, 4 events that we're hosting. Of course, officials, whether we're hosting a game or for our own teams, or if we're hosting for a third party, we pay that and we capture it back. But you'll see a lot of individual names on this list. Some of them are employees if they've received like a per diem check for training, travel, that kind of thing.
I do. On April 1st, there's one to Armstrong Plumbing for water leaks in the gym, the high school gym. Is that the new gym? I'm just curious. Is that like, is that not covered? And I apologize. That's okay. I may have known at the time. I can find out for you.
I didn't know if you wanted a copy of that.
Sorry, that's right at 2 months ago. And
Right. I was just curious because
we had something in
why were we paying for it if it was something with the roof again?
You know what? I actually asked Albert about when we were looking at those.
Was that the Frontier Water?
I know it's not that, but the guy that was supposed to come and do all that, he met with him this week. So.
You seen the floors back there in the back?
It wasn't the floor, but it was the leak that came out of it. Yes, I know it's near
The floors, I mean, it's coming up. The tiles are.
Which.
We did
On
have
page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On page 15, there was a check to the service center for $10,000 for observation, feedback, coaching support. What's that?
Yeah. So yeah.
We all got it,
We
Mark.
get we paid them quite a bit of money with our contracts, and then we got an additional bills. Jamie still.
This is the Texas Instructional Leadership stuff. They came and trained principals and APs. It's actually going to be paid out of our TIA funds. So when we get our TIA check, there's a certain percentage that has to go. That's where that will end up coming from. We just don't have that money yet.
I'm sorry, I was thinking athletic coaches.
Oh, no.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking for Kevin. I could answer that.
No football,
Yeah.
no basketball.
No, I was thinking athletic. I didn't
Strong
even
coach.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'll show
Okay.
you.
When they take half, like
Okay.
the Blue Bonnet grant, they get half of, is that?
That
That
is
charge?
for Strong Foundations. That was a different one that they came and did with us.
That's what they do.
Yeah, so that teacher incentive allotment, we reward those teachers that. We're required to spend a certain amount on administrative costs, and so that includes training for the administrators to, with their evaluation metrics. And
So that we make sure that when we submit data, it's accurate because everybody's calibrated. And because if you're not calibrated properly and your data, you submit your data and they don't believe in the validity or reliability of it, you basically, they don't accept it, and then all the teachers you put forth are no longer valid.
And that actually happened to us this year where we had a teacher whose appraisal was way up here and their student growth was way down here, and they didn't qualify because of the T-test appraisal being too high. If the T-test appraisal may have been a little more to where it should have been, this teacher may have qualified.
We actually had a few years ago where we had put forth a complete set of designations and it kicked them all back. So that was 4 years ago. It was year 2 of our plan. So
So
We
this
don't
is
want that
help.
to ever happen again.
No, I know.
Yes.
It's
This is
hard to
just to help us
tell you should
calibrate
have gotten this
our
and.
appraisals.
But sorry, you
Wait a
don't.
minute, okay.
So what I was going to say, because I heard someone mention roof leak over there. So we did have a requisition come through for repair, and it will look like roof. And so dug into it a little bit, talked to some of our guys at maintenance, got with Chris, got him looking at it with me. So it was not a roof coverage repair issue. It had to do with the HVAC unit and leaking, and there a faulty pan underneath or something like that. So it wasn't the the roof issues we've been having. So we had to. But before I paid it, I went through talking to several people to do that. So we are trying to keep an eye on it.
That's the guy that was supposed to, whoever, the construction firm who was supposed to fix it the first time, they met him last week. He was waiting for him to come to tell him.
And that one for TXU is for the whole year? It's not a monthly payment, the 22?
22.
No, that's monthly.
That's monthly?
Yeah, that's
Because it just
for-
says for 25, 26 school year, and I'm like,
Yeah.
should we get charged just?
No, ma'am. So
That's about it.
That's
yeah,
fine.
so we with our reoccurring bills, city, water,
okay.
electric.
Well, just because it's in the year.
And you
so-
have multiple meters, so instead of doing a new requisition for each one, we do an estimate on the annual cost, we encumber it up front.
Oh, okay.
And so we still have to scan documents and attach them to it, but we're not having to generate a new requisition for each one. We just go in and add documents to the existing requisition and pay out the.
So you have a running PO.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We call them an open PO, and it's mainly for those monthly reoccurring expenses. Only other thing I wanted to point out to you on the bills, now that y'all catch this, so we have a group, it's called CareTech. So in talking with Albert, we've got, when we have a repair to the larger, like walk-in freezers and things in the cafeteria, those are pretty sophisticated, and so not our local, now I've not talked to them directly, but my understanding is our local outfit, they don't service commercial refrigeration and that stuff. So right now, the only people that we have that have responded to request to come out and look at something, troubleshoot it, repair it, is CareTech. I'm concerned about that because of the procurement requirements for federal food programs. And so I did talk with, in fact, I need to follow up with you, but I talked to Keeler, business manager over at Brownville, and talked with him. And so they've got a company out of Lubbock, and they've got a company out of Midland as well that they have worked with. And so I'm going to get with him and get those names, and so that we don't. If someone's doing a good job and they're reasonably priced, it's not the end of the world. But I don't know if these guys are reasonably priced. They're the only ones that come. So we'd like to have more than one outfit that we could have our guys call to do that and be in compliance with our procurement, but also, be good stewards of the commons. So, but I just point that out because we had, I think the previous month we had a bunch of them on there. We had a couple again then, and we'll have some, I think, for May. So just to kind of point out that I feel like we had a lot more this year with them. They also worked on some vending, not vending machines, but ice machines like in the training room and other places. And I did talk to Albert about that. I think that's something that can be handled either internally, we need to get some extra training, or possibly with one of the local.
Maybe they can fix our ice machine.
We'll get it.
Albert's supposed to send a ticket for that.
Yeah.
I messaged Albert the other day and said,
And the other piece of the food service, just because we're in the black in food service and we're hitting we're approaching a threshold, but we have some equipment that is likely going to age out within the next few years, and some items are needing repair. So we're going to be looking at the cost analysis of just doing a total replacement of those things, because we need to go ahead and spend some of that down. And so just kind of keeping you in the loop of where we are with that. So if you see that come through, like on the next budget stuff, we'll be looking at that.
No vehicle.
No what?
No, remember
I actually mentioned that. Yeah, I said and I don't know. That's a Scott
to see if they would
question.
qualify. To be under for them. To be able to use.
If they need a vehicle to transport food and all of the things that they do, I don't know if that falls under.
They were riding on a milk crate.
Yeah, food
we can
service.
double check it. You know,
Yeah.
It would be, if it's allowable, it would be very restricted. It wouldn't be something you're like, well, when they're not delivering milk, we can take it to, One Act Play or something. It would be pretty. Middle school had asked about this last year. They had asked about some furniture for the dining area at the middle school cafeteria. I guess some missed sizes, maybe some that have broken, and that kind of thing. So there's some places like that we could look at as well.
And get that stuff going so it doesn't all happen all at once.
Okay. I try to be quiet, but that's all I got.
You're good.
Thank you.
All right, administrative report. Amy Ball.
Do we have any principal handouts just that you want to give the board before Jamie starts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. Do it. Okay.
We're making
And all three of them, as soon as I hit submit, open up a portal. It's like log in. I'm like, and it was for faculty and students. I'll show you.
I don't know what they're like. They won't let me look at it.
Well, I can show you. And I filled out all three of them.
Well, and I called the girl. She told me I was good, and then he sent that email. So I called his person that sends everything for review.
I don't know. We'll look at it.
It's just that time.
Wherever I sit.
They're not going to not admit you.
FYI, it's like 20 degrees cooler out there. So.
Do we want to open the door to pull air through?
I stood there earlier. I was like, do what?
Still trying to recover from all those bodies that were in here.
I'm telling you, but walk out there and you get a nice little...
Outside or?
No, in the lobby.
I've pushed it like repeat. It's just like, well, I can feel it dripping.
It wants to. It's just too much.
I'm wondering if it's
Okay. So I think I have 3-ish things I'm covering real quick. Starting with TEAC certification, this is something we do every year. We have to certify to the state that we are providing resources that cover 100% of the TEACs. So we've done this. We do it about this time every year. Once we submit this, they'll open up EMAT so we can start doing our orders through all of our state funds. When we do this certification, we certify about the resources we use, both full subject, which means the whole core, and then supplemental if there's something we have to add to it. We also have to answer some questions about kind of the process we went through for picking those. We have to certify that we have a Children's Internet Protection Act, which we do, and then it asks about different assessment products that we use. So when we started off this year, I keep saying this year, next year, I'm not real sure where we fall right now. For next year, this year we sat down with some committees because we're going to do some new adoptions. We're kind of in a weird spot right now with secondary social studies and math. Social studies, they have not done a new adoption in a little over 10 years. They kept saying they were going to do new standards, and then they would push it. They actually have new TEACs in draft, and you can open comment on, might have closed the open comment at the beginning of May, but they have those out, so we should be getting a new adoption soon. but what we've been using for social studies wasn't meeting our needs. So we went ahead, got the social studies team together from middle school and high school, looked at some of the resources that are still available, and they chose what they would like to use. So we sat down with the rubric, they went through, how does it align, what does it offer, all of that. Similar situation for secondary math, except secondary math has been through the entire, what they call the EMRA process, which is the new adoption process. So high school or secondary math actually has multiple things that will qualify for HQIM, which is the high quality instructional materials. So they looked at, we did the same thing, brought our secondary teachers in. We looked at about 5 different ones that are on the approved list, and they made their selection as well. So those will be 2 new adoptions for next year. We use the Texas Resource Review, which is a website they have where they go through and they rank things, what percentage did they meet on all the different areas, and then they will tell you what the Board of Education decided. So there was one of the math ones that in 7th grade randomly, they did not approve it for 7th grade only, so we just took that one out altogether. And then a couple of months ago, we talked about the new RLA that we're going to use K through 5, which was the Bluebonnet. So with that being said about Bluebonnet, with the Strong Foundations grant that we had, that SFI grant, one of the things we had to do for math is do a beginning, middle, and end of year survey kind of on the confidence of our teachers with Bluebonnet. So these are the results from beginning to end of year. The teacher's confidence in the ability to internalize lessons started at about 50% at a score of 4 to 5 when they ranked it highest to lowest, and it went up to a 91%. So our teachers are feeling more confident in what they know how to do and what they can do with that. And when it came to BB math used to be bulletin board math in my head, not Bluebonnet, so that's where that comes from. Bluebonnet math, does it provide all the resources they need? 90% of our teachers now agree with that. At the very beginning, it was only about 64%. Does it build teacher content knowledge? That went from 62% up to 80%. Does it help our students learn? Went from 73% up to 90%. And then did the PLCs we were able to do through SFI help? At the beginning of the year, we only had 40% that felt a big confidence in that, and that went up to 82%. So we were looking at the ranges of 4 to 5 on that, so if they were in that 4 to 5 range. This is going to be helpful as we transition these same into Bluebonnet reading because they're going to be a little more familiar with the process. We did not qualify for the LIFT grant, but we are still going to get support from the Service Center free of charge. So this is the overall certification for what we're going to do. Y'all have, I believe this, it's also on your board book. This is the 1-pager. Your board book has the 15-pager. But so for reading language arts on that first column, K to 5, we're doing Bluebonnet. We have supplemental IXL in every core area, K and up. So that's always there. It's also one of the approved vendors for our 14-16 accelerated instruction hours. For K-5 math, we're also doing Bluebonnet. For K-5 social studies, we use Studies Weekly. And for K-5 science, we use HMH into science. This will be, I think, our 3rd year going into that one, 2nd or 3rd year. For 6 through 8, language arts, we're going to, right now we have where we're going to keep the McGraw-Hill Study Sync. We are looking at transitioning out of that in the future, but right now that's where we are. For math, they selected the Savvis or the Envision. And so Savvis is also what they picked for social studies, and then their science is McGraw-Hill. And then at high school, once again, that RLA will be Study Sync through McGraw-Hill. They're in another unique situation because we are about to get an addendum to our RLA TEKS in about 2 years. When that happens, all adoptions start brand new. So they aren't really making a change to secondary, and they should have. It should have been about time coming around for high school, but they're waiting until that happens because they would have to start the process all over again. If you have not seen the proposed reading list by grade level, I would highly advise go look at it. There's some interesting things on there. And then anything that's on that, if it said it has to be read, it's open to testing on STAR. So it has to be done. Full subject for math, they went with the Savvis and the Envision. Same for social studies. And their science is also Savvis Envision. So Pearson switched to Savvis. They all kind of go along. The other products we use, ICV pretty much houses all of our elective curriculum. So the principles of, engineering, principles of law, everything comes through that one. So we have an enterprise license, so it will cover whatever we bring down in middle school all the way up through high school, unlimited licensing for students and teachers. And then the other products we have to report on, what do we use for our assessments. Eduphoria holds our unit and module assessments. We do NWEA MAP, and we use CLI for our primary campuses. That has the TPRI and the Texas Kia and stuff like that, which I'll talk about actually in just a minute. But those are the interim diagnostic tests for the kids before they get to STAR. So this is TEAC certification in a nutshell. If y'all are good with that, I think y'all will have to vote on it after a while, but I'll need signatures on that. And then we'll get that uploaded and get our money. So, am I going straight through? Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's keep going. Okay. Go here. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is look at some data. And we talked about this a little bit because we do have some end of year data, but we don't have all of it. We do have some for South. We don't have our 3 through 8 results yet. We do have our EOC preliminary results. One of the things that I had forgotten about, but we need to keep in mind, even when we get our 3 through 8 results, we will not get 5th or 8th science because they have not decided what the actual cut scores are. So they will give us a zone of uncertainty. So, these kids are most likely to pass, but maybe not. They did this a couple of years ago when they redid STAR. So they're doing that with 5th and 8th science again. So when we get it, we still won't really get it. So we're going to talk a little bit on this about TPRI, which is the Texas Primary Reading Inventory. Your Fonis and Pinnell levels, both of those only pertain to South. We'll look at our EOC scores, a very brief map overview because we'll do more of that later. And then go over the end of year survey we did, which will help with our federal programs and our comprehensive needs assessments. Okay, so TPRI is given in 1st and 2nd grade. The main thing we're going to look at is their scores on phonological awareness, the phonics and spelling, and the decoding. Phonological awareness is just sounds, no letters. You say you can do it driving down the road, you can do it in the dark, there is nothing in front of them. Can they manipulate words? Decoding is, can they start to put those letters together or break them apart to spell them? And so phonics and spelling and decoding kind of go together. And I'm going to go ahead and apologize, the charts are kind of small. So this is comparing our beginning of year to end of year. TPRI is broken down usually into 4 categories in each area. So like in that top corner, he'll work. In the PA, you have those 4 categories for 1st grade. You have the blending word parts, blending phonemes, deleting, and all of that good stuff. But the main thing to know with this is it's the exact same beginning of year as end of year. So you're really comparing apples to apples. So this is the growth they made. Red is beginning of year. Blue is beginning of year. How many were considered developed? Red is how many were considered developed at the end of the year. For the GK, that's the spelling part. The way they do it in in 1st grade, it's like a magnet board, and so you'll say a word and there'll be a blank, and they'll say, it'll have L blank G. Pull the letter that makes it say log, and so they pull. It is actually very easy. The kindergarten screener for spelling is harder than the 1st grade because they have not updated it in a while. But you can see our growth there. Each little section gets harder. So like the beginning is your initial consonant. That's just, can you hear and tell me that first sound and pull the letter that goes with it. And then on the last one, the word reading, you have 4 different groups as well. The first group, all the words pretty much have short vowels. Second group, they have digraphs. Word reading 3, they have long vowels. And then word reading 4, it's like long vowels with diphthongs and the different sounds. What that line, that decline, is typical to see because usually that 4th group is the hardest group. Especially when you get to, you'll see it in 2nd grade, some of the stuff they put in there, like their last group of words has every sound OU could possibly make. So there's 1st grade. Here is 2nd grade. They don't do a PA because PA is usually a lot more solidified by then. So you have your spelling. Spelling 1, just like with 1st grade, it starts off and gets harder. So spelling 1 is short vowels. Then you go to long vowels. then your vowel teams and diphthongs, and then the very last one is where they bring in adding suffixes. It's the doubling rule, the dropping rule, all of that, and that's usually what really gets them. But you can see they've made growth from beginning of year to end of year in every one of those. And then in their word reading, same thing, you'll see kind of that different group. The first one has the Y as an I, so it's like cry, or family, so it's not the typical sounds that you would expect. Word reading 2 is digraphs and trigraphs and vowel teams. 3, this is one of the ones that's trickiest, is the hard and soft G and C, so like city or giant, and that's not what they're used to. And then at the end is those are regular words. So that's where, you have famous, and then I think it has country, like all the different ways OU could sound, they throw it all in one just to be fun and confusing.
How did we show that much growth on the one where the third bar that was like the lowest?
This one?
No, this one over here on the other graph.
This one?
Yep.
That one is vowel teams and diphthongs. It probably has to do when it's given, because that's usually something that you would be focusing on right around that time. So it's going to be really fresh in their heads. So our unit might have just been on that, so it's, they aren't having to go back into as long ago.
Okay.
Anything else on that?
Or it could be the outstanding intervention that was done.
It could also just be that as well.
Are we going to have second graders go to third graders or read at kindergarten level?
Yeah, we're fixing to get to that.
Okay, that's okay, because this is a lot of growth, which I like it. I'm just
Well, and that's
how did that?
what we're going to
so
look
drastic.
at. We'll look at this. We're going to look at their Faunus and Pinnell levels, their F&P levels, and you're going to see there's a big difference. And a lot of that has to do with this is in isolation. I'm asking you to spell the word city. I'm not asking you to read it in a context and then talk about stuff. We've really worked hard, and we see our growth in isolation. They can't generalize it over into other areas. And that's one of the things that, after we look at the F&P levels, we'll talk about that, because that's one of the things we need to focus on. So this is going to be kind of weird to look at, but I'll try to explain as best I can. This is the chart that you'll see. This is what they look at nationwide. And it's kind of similar to STARS, and you've got a do not meets, an approaches, a meets, and then a masters or exceeds. You'll also notice that what one has here at the end of the year as where they need to be is the same thing that might be over here. So on the end of year scores, it looks like they're on kindergarten level if they're in that one. But same level becomes a first grade level when they go on. So this was our beginning of year to end of year. I have it broken down in 2 ways. Actually, 3 ways. So these are the levels. I keep touching over here and y'all can't see where I'm pointing at. These are the levels over here. This number is how many kids were in that level. AA actually is not recognized by Faunus and Pinnell. We just do that because we have it, and it means they're not even to that A level yet. So at the beginning of the year, you had 7 second graders that were in that level. So we had this whole block right here at the beginning of the year was counted as what would be below level walking into second grade. This is the percentage now. Now, it looks like it's bigger, but it's because it covers more levels. We actually only have, and it's not an only because it's still bad, 52% considered below level.
Does
at
that
the end
other
of
one
second
say
grade.
63? Sorry, I
Yes,
can't see.
yes. I was like, and honestly, when I made these on my computer and in sheets, it looks a whole lot different.
Even if it was bigger, I couldn't see it. So you're good.
That's why I wore my glasses today, not my contacts.
Yep.
And so the orange means they're below. That kind of grayish color means approaches. The blue is on level, and then the green is above. Then what I did over here is broke down by grade level and where that typical band would be. So we're still sending 11% of our kids to third grade that are on a kindergarten level. Now I went and pulled those kids. Most of those are kids that fall in our dyslexia range and things like that. So fluency does kind of play into this. So we look at the kids to see where that falls. Average growth you would want to see in second grade is usually around 5 levels, 4 to 5. We had 4 level growth. So close, but not quite. We're not closing that gap yet.
So I know, like, retaining them isn't that's not a word that any parent or anybody wants to hear or tackle. But I do know that I guess this age would be the proper time to do it if we needed to. Because I think they would really struggle.
First grade is, I think,
first
best.
First grade, okay, well, first grade. like,
So
so
here's-
about this
yeah,
11%.
go ahead.
And here's where we are this year.
Yeah.
And when we went to standards-based grading a couple of years ago, it really set us back in what we were doing with this. We went back to traditional last year, but our retention policy did not really specify exactly what we needed. This year, with some of the changes that we had, communication with parents was not as clear as it should have been. So when it came to the end of the year, we do have a couple, but those are only if parents were totally on board and everything was cool. So what we've already talked about, and I've talked back here, we're sitting down this summer and getting something hammered out, making sure everything is understood at the very beginning and there's no confusion.
Okay.
Because this is just setting them up for more failure. When we look at math, you'll see we're not making enough growth to close the gap.
Yeah.
So, but first grade by far is.
Okay.
So here is where first grade fell at the beginning of the year. You had 72% on a kinder level. We still have 56% that will be going to second grade on a kindergarten level. This is very concerning. So what we're going to do, one of the biggest things that we're doing is changing the reading curriculum. Changing the way it's structured, changing the minutes they've got, and really how we're going to do that. Because like we were looking at with TPRI, they can do it in isolation, but they cannot move it over when it goes to something else. And that can't continue. They've got to learn how to do it in all areas. So you can see at the beginning of the year, 72% were considered below level, 73% now. 32% are first grade level. And then this would be 23% would be considered going into second grade level on those going into second grade. Average growth in first grade is 6. This is why we talk about first grade is the best grade to do it. That's where you make the most growth. That's where you're starting to put the most together. If you need repeated exposure, that's where it falls. So this one's hurting us. And it's just hard to catch back up from.
How their block time for this to teach that? Is it?
It's going to be very different next year than this year. So because we are switching that curriculum. So this year, one of the biggest things we ran into is that time management because we have a lot of time. It's just we're taking a lot of time to do it. So that urgency of let's go, let's go, let's go. And so, small group was not always happening. And that's where I think you're going to get the most bang for your buck, especially with these kids that are low. So being able to utilize computer times for pullouts, extra intervention. We're so blessed at South that we do have some interventionists. And so being able to use them to the best way possible as well. But the time that they will have next year is going to be very different. And I think it's going to be a lot more structured and broken down so that, we're going to take 3 hours for this is not going to be a possibility.
And so since we're switching curriculum, and they say that I guess we really won't see any growth maybe till 1 or 2 years, will we at least see some movement that's in the better direction?
I would
that's
hope.
kind of contradicting,
But this, at South, it's a little different because at kindergarten, that new curriculum will be all they know.
Okay.
So it's not like, a third grader walking into it that's had something different for the first 3 years.
Okay.
So South, we should see something sooner would be my assumption.
Okay.
One of the things, in just a minute, I have some implications and things to think about. This is why the instructional coaches are going to be huge because of the support they're going to have to give. The SFI that we did through the grant this year for math, our instructional coach, that was 99.9% of her time, and that's going to be what this next one will be with as well, but it'll be for an RLA support. And that's where we're really glad that the service center is still being gracious and helping.
You said a minute ago, you said the small groups weren't happening or weren't working. Or what did
They
you
weren't
say?
happening. So
whose job is that to?
That's a campus thing, and so with the changes that happened there, the oversight at the very beginning was not there. And so I think that was probably one of the big reasons the change was made. I know after that, it became a whole lot more of an expectation that was followed through on, but by that time it was really late in the year.
Because it's funny, because in the beginning they come in and say, we're doing small groups, we're doing this. And I'm
So
like,
when we
that
started
was never
doing
necessary.
walkthroughs, we would find that they weren't doing that, and the conversations that
We get it.
I'm just going to let the new principals know they talked to us, and we were told it wasn't being done. And so when we were asking the question, we knew the answer. We just wanted to be told it.
Yeah,
and
right.
so take that for advice, please.
Because we want to see this. This is what, I mean, we don't want to see that, but I'm saying transparency, honest, like, I don't want like a, we got this, but.
Well, and it's hard to answer Rebecca's question,
Honestly,
honestly.
just where we're at. That's
We don't know if
where we're
small
gonna
groups
be.
weren't working or if they weren't happening because we don't know which one it was. So
Right.
when you don't know
You
and
don't
you aren't
know.
getting the right information, you can't pinpoint what the problem was.
100%.
So when you ask that question, my thoughts are because they weren't happening.
Yeah.
Because I can't judge the quality of it when I didn't see it.
Right.
Kindergarten is kind of a weird one because they don't test till middle of the year. And there's some places that don't even really say you need to be pushing kindergarten very much. You'll see right here the kindergarten has a big block. Technically, they shouldn't have that much because the last two, these right here, 25% of that counts as on level for first grade as well. So it's on level for kindergarten, on level for first grade. So we'll see a little fluctuation. And part of that's because you do see some summer slide. We don't see it as much sometimes because you can only slide down so much when that's where you are. But the average growth that we had in kindergarten this year was only one level. And that was from middle of year to end of year. But you'll notice like we had 49, almost 50 of our kids on that AA, that cut in half. And so it's the little things that start going, but it's going to be hard for first grade knowing the growth they've got to make in first grade when they're walking in this far behind. So we're going to have to be very strategic with what we're doing and really watching that time and what's happening.
We did show growth.
We did show growth.
We did show growth. I mean, I don't care if it's growth.
I would like the growth to increase so we can close the gap, but I'll take a win.
Yep.
So implications, growth is being made. It's just not happening at a rate that will help close those gaps. Students are still not reading on grade level despite the interventions and instruction that's happening. That's part of the reason we're bringing in the new curriculum for them to follow. Having the dedicated instructional coaches to support the teachers and the implementation is going to be huge. That will help with internalization and deeper understanding. Our foundational literacy skills are progressing in isolation, but they need to be mastered across contexts. That's what we talked about with TPRI. And then that new curriculum, and then we've already talked about, and we've talked with Heather about how our focus is on early literacy. And I know y'all are probably like, y'all say that every year. And we do, and it hadn't happened yet, so we're working on it.
But I still say we saw growth. I mean, I would say, wouldn't believe, I mean, if it was that easy to catch them up, we're going to see a little growth because it's not easy to catch them up or nobody would be behind. So
if everybody could do it, we'd do it.
Exactly. So
it's like they always say, if you know the answers, you'd be doing it in the first place.
Exactly. So I'm
I'm
will
hopeful.
take the win with the growth.
Well, and I will say, Heather can probably speak to this as well because she's gone through the Blue Bonnet implementation. Where we saw the most growth the first year of implementation was with your kinder and first. Where it hits your accountability is a little bit harder, right? Because, I mean, it's exceptionally rigorous all the way across the board, but kids haven't been exposed to it. There are a lot of gaps, and so it's a lot more difficult. My hope is that we'll still see growth, but in that kinder and first, in my experience, and she can talk from hers, that's where you'll see this bigger growth. But the other piece of that, too, is we started talking today about coming up with a creative plan to do a really focused after-school intervention starting in October. That's where my campus, when I was a principal, we saw the most growth when we started that in October, and it was non-negotiable for parents. We were communicating very early on, and that's something that didn't happen, which this year, which we were told did happen, but it didn't. So that's why we have a small number of kids being retained. But we will start those conversations at the beginning of the year with parents. They will know there will be expectations for us to try and get all of these gaps closed as much as we can and start very early, not wait till second
To me,
semester.
by doing that, you will accidentally have growth.
And like what she's talking about,
When we get to the last thing we're going to look at, which is the end of year survey, which is what we use for our federal program stuff, that's specifically in there. It's been a request of teachers and a request of parents. So what that does is, since that goes through that, our federal funds can totally, help with that. But it's been something, we'll look at it, but they were identified by people as one of our biggest needs.
Is there tracking, like last year you gave us those numbers, is there tracking of the kids that were behind? Do y'all specifically track those to see if they caught up in 4th grade? Or they caught up in 3rd grade from 2nd, 3rd?
Yes and no, because of the changes that we have. So like the Faunus and Pinnell, I think they do every once in a while at North, or just...
We did it first year. We did all Tier 2 and Tier 3 mid-year, and then we did them all again at the end of the year.
So we'll go and we'll look at that. But like through Bluebonnet, we will have some as well, because it will be the same all the way through. One of the things that wasn't being done at South again until this year was they were not doing any kind of like comprehension checks or anything like that, and so we brought those back in, so we're able to track their growth on specific comprehension skills. So we'll be able to do that easier, just we don't have the back data on it. Math we do, and so we'll look at that, but being able to track that. We looked at the beginning of the year, we were looking at our kids that had gone through our pre-K and how they were comparing with our kinder kids, just to look at that. And I should have pulled that one out and I didn't even think about it, so I'll go look at that later too.
I'm just curious, if we let a kid that could read 3rd grade at kindergarten level, do they get to 2nd maybe to go to 4th, or are they barely creeped into 1st? And so, are they gaining
long term
or not? Yeah, because it seems like high school or junior high school, they're getting there. The growth is
I think it has to do with kind of the way they look at things too at secondary, and also some of the cut scores. If you're looking just at STAR, the cut scores, like your English 1 is way different from your 8th grade. And I'm thinking of science right now in my head just because we'll look at that in just a minute. Their scores are insanely different. So we could look at it and see a little bit, but it might take a little bit to line it up and make sure we're tracking the same things.
I think that's hard because, like, even on the reading level, like, yeah, if they're going already behind, but if they have like a rock star English teacher and you're filling in the gaps, and then they mature a little bit, because I think maturity plays a big difference on how they absorb information. I think it just
math is probably the easiest thing to look at because it will and we'll talk more about this at the next board meeting. You can pull up on math and it'll give you their score 3 times a year as long as we've been giving math. And so you can see, it'll draw a little line so you can see, are they still staying this far below? Are they closing the gap and catching up? And so, you have your target list of kids and you track those. That was a lot on just South. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to stress end of course is still preliminary, but we'll look at the results a little bit, and then we're going to kind of look going back. I think I went back 4 years because I had done 3 years back in the fall, so I just added on to that. This is English 1 for 4 years. So blue is the 22-23, green is the most recent. What we've really been stressing is our meets and masters. That's where we're wanting to see our most growth.
Where are we? This is who?
English 1.
English 1. English 1. Okay.
Yeah, we just jumped from South to high school.
Okay,
Let's get everything in there.
Okay.
So you can see down here the actual numbers of the growth through the years, but we've had a 20% jump in our meets in the last few years. And English 1 is by far the one that our kids struggle with the most. It's got the biggest rigor. That's where we have our most retesters. English 2, they pass, they're fine. English 1 is what catches them. And English 2 is going away, so there's that too. But so there, you've had a 7-point growth in masters. That's really what we've been looking at. So the way I've got this broken down, we'll go course by course, and then I'll show you the cohort. So the same kids year to year. Here's English 2. You'll see our masters has not had that much change, but our approaches and meets did. Over time, we've had about 9 to 10 growth points over here. But like I said, English 2 will be going away. I think there's only 1 more year of it, and then it's no longer a requirement for graduation. Meets? Yeah. Algebra 1, we're pretty excited about this one. This is one that I know Gensler's talked about focusing on, but our meet score really went up.
And that's where we were really stressing with that. So we went up, from, I've actually got the math over here because I'm not a math person. 14% this year in approaches, 17 overall, or 17 for meets, and then our masters stayed the same. But that's a big jump, and Ms. Hernandez has worked her tail off and got TIA this year. And this group she had coming in was not coming in strong.
No, she's good.
If you'll remember, that was a group we had some problems with last year, and so I was excited about this one.
Yeah, she's great. She offers tutoring. She'll communicate with parents. She's good. She's really good.
This one might be the one we're really, really excited about. And I just realized I had algebra spelled wrong on the other side. So there you go. Algebra. So biology, our meets and masters went up. We were at a 90-60-20. So 90% at approaches, 60% at meets, 20% at masters, which is amazing. The other thing with biology, any retester, any kid that had failed it in the past, we did not have a single retester fail. So when you look at our accelerated instruction minutes, that they get extra points for those when it comes to accountability. One of the biggest things we did here is we were very strategic with the teachers we had with them. We put our strongest teachers in the areas that needed it the most, and I think that's where you saw this big payoff. So this is pretty exciting.
That is awesome. Very exciting.
U.S. history, we also, it's a 89, 90, 42, 20. The biggest thing that we've looked at on this one is our masters, because our approaches usually hovers around 89, 90. But it's our meets and masters that don't. So our masters actually went up in the past 4 years. It's gone from 10% to 20%. This is also takes into account you've got some kids doing dual credit U.S. history. You've got some kids doing regular U.S. history, but they all kind of come together at this point. Looking over time, this is our current 9th graders. So we can look at reading and math because those two go together. I put the science and biology on there. You really can't compare those, but I was just so happy about our biology scores. I put them anyway. But they don't really go together for growth. They don't count for growth and accountability, only reading and math do. But you can see that over the last few years, we've got an uptrend going with this group, especially on the math side. From there, I guess this would be 7th, 8th, 9th. Each year, they've had good growth. And they've had some situations to overcome in the math department. So I like seeing this. English 1, this is the one we had the most growth in last year as 8th graders. So they did not sustain it everywhere, but we still had some, like our meets went up. But that could be because our masters, some of them went down. So we've got to sit down and really look at who went where. I've already talked to Miss Llewellyn. She's going through. She's looking at the writing samples to see if there's any we need to send off for rescoring. And so she's going through and digging through all that. They got access to that today.
So like
for
go back to that. Go back one.
Oh wait,
this is
the
our
current
source.
one.
No, but like parents can
Over here, the math.
for our kids.
Well, the teachers have you. When did the
Was
teachers?
read. Is that 2 years ago?
Yes.
So it was like one.
I would have to go back and look, but probably that was their 7th grade year. I think they had 2 different teachers that year. So they've grown quite a bit in that one. Your 10th graders, the only thing we can track is their RLA and their reading. So you can see that their approaches went up quite a bit from the year before. Their meets went up. Their masters went down a little bit. But we're looking kind of overall trend-wise. And then these kids are actually done because they're done. So what have we done to kind of help with that? We've really utilized our TIA teachers. In the EOC areas, we have TIA teachers in every area except for our U.S. history. But that hopefully will change coming up soon. We have offered an EOC support class. So used to, they didn't have that. If you failed, you're going to retake it next year, but we really didn't let you have access to that again, like your schedule. I don't know what they had in that. So we started this about 3 years ago where they actually got a class to be able to do it. I think that's where you saw your biggest jump in your biology and your algebra 1. And then we expanded their after-school tutoring. Last year it was just Tour U, and they just did it every once in a while. This year they did after-school tutoring in the spring right before EOC as well. So coming up, we've already got summer school going, or it will start on Monday. They're focusing on, now that we've got those results, we can go look and see where their weaknesses were. We will have our new math curriculum and social studies curriculum at the high school. We've already talked about restructuring our tea time so that we're very specific, especially on those that are retesting. And then one of the other things we want to do is increase the student accountability in classrooms. Get some data in their hands. They need to be setting the goals. They can be tracking their goals so that they have ownership in what they're doing. MAP, I'll go fast. I feel like I've already been up here forever. Okay, so MAP we give beginning, middle, and end. We're only going to look really at growth today, and we're going to compare beginning of year to end of year for 2 years. We'll do it by grade level, and then we'll do it by cohort. And we do it for reading and math, starting in kindergarten all the way up. 3rd grade is where we start science. So kindergarten, this was the beginning of the year last year. End of year last year, they grew 17 points. So this column right here is what NWEA expects them to. This is the national average of growth. So we're one off of that. And same thing with reading. This year, they grew 16 in math, 13 in reading. This is what I mean by we're still growing, but we're not outgrowing, so our gap is not going to close. We've got to be growing at the same rate as everybody else or faster. 1st grade. And I'm a color person, so when I look up there, that's the main thing that jumps out at me. But we had, this is the growth last year, this is the growth this year. We grew more this year than we did last year. That's one of the things I'm looking for. Are we making a difference from one year to the next? 2nd grade, that shouldn't be colored, that should have been equal because it's the same. But that was our growth. So we're averaging about 12 to 13 points every year. What you're also going to see is the higher up you go, the less that you have to grow because the bands get smaller. 3rd grade. So 3rd grade last year, we were outgrowing the average. 3rd grade this year, we outgrew everywhere except we were one off in math. So hopefully that will be helping to close that gap. 4th grade. Last year, we did not outgrow. This year, we were making a move there. So we grew more this year than last year in all 3 areas. Here's 5th grade. I do want to brag on our 5th grade math team because they rocked it. I don't know if y'all saw the video of them chunking water balloons at their teachers, but they had 80% of their kids meet their math goals. Their growth goals. And so you see that reflected in this. They outgrew the national average by quite a bit. And they grew 8 points more than they did last year.
Good.
6th grade, last year we were pretty far off. This year our science was starting to catch up. And we're seeing that. That's kind of a trend in almost every grade level with our science. And so when you think about the biology scores that we had changed, I'll say that Katrina, that has been her biggest focus when she was here, was the meets and masters and closing the gap with the region, because she's like, there's no reason we should be that far off. And so she really worked with our science teachers on that, which goes to show what instructional coaching can do. Here is 7th grade. So this is one of the ones where our 7th grade science wasn't as high, but we're 1 point off. And last year we had more growth in that. 8th grade makes me very happy. All green this year, so we were outgrowing the nation on that one in math, reading, and science. In reading, we didn't grow as much as we did last year, and I think you saw that when you looked at those English 1 scores. From what they did last year as 8th graders, they had unbelievable growth last year. Looking kids as they grow. So this is how many they should grow over that 2-year span. Our current 1st graders, when they walked into kindergarten, here's where they were. When they left 1st grade, here's where they were. So you wanted them to grow about 35 points, and they actually did. They just started off lower. So when we get those growth points to grow, we'll start to close that gap. But as long as this stays the negative like that, our gap won't change. Well, not in a positive way. So there's 1st grade. Second grade, this is a concerning thing for going into third grade. And so we're going to need to have a plan for when those kids go in. Third grade, the way RLA is structured, we're going to have to look at because of the minutes. So y'all were asking about minutes at South, how that looks. That's going to really affect how they have it structured at North because of the departmentalization. It's not going to be an equal split between everything. So we'll have to really sit down and look and be strategic in that. Current third graders, fourth graders, so we're seeing some catching up in places. Fifth graders, this is one of the places where our science did not make as much growth as they had been. And so I'm anxious to see what the scores look like when they come out. But like I said, we're not going to know because they will be in the zone of uncertainty. Sixth grade, one of the things that we've looked at, and I think I have this on one of the last slides when I kind of wrap up, our sixth grade RLA for 2 years in a row has had, I wouldn't say negative growth, but not as much growth. They're always behind the average in our sixth grade RLA. And so we've got to make sure that what we're doing is addressing that, especially knowing where those fifth graders are coming into sixth grade. It's a hard transition anyway, going from North to middle school. But knowing this going in, we need to have a plan. Seventh grade, this probably is my overall biggest concern grade-wise, and second grade, I think. Because every area they're hitting. The thing to keep in mind, and I think I pulled it out on this, and we need to keep in mind when STAR scores come out, their highest math kids are pulled out. They took 8th grade. So they're not in the 7th grade numbers. So when we need to just, when those come out, keep that in mind because they will count 8th grade. Your highest 8th grade count Algebra 1 because we've started the accelerated math. 8th grade, once again, rocking. So just kind of some overall takeaways. Much like with the elementaries, we're making growth but not enough to close the gaps. In the majority of areas, though, we had more growth this year compared to last year. Baby steps, but still not where we need to be. Some bright spots, our 4th grade RLA and science, our 5th grade math, 6th grade science, and 8th grade all areas. That 8th grade team works extremely well together. And then areas of concern, 2nd grade going to 3rd grade, our 4th grade math, 5th grade science, 6th RLA in math, and then 7th grade across the board, that one that we looked at that was all red. Any questions on that? Last thing to talk about is the end of year survey, and this is what we were talking about where we'll use it for our federal programs. It counts as part of our collaborative comprehensive needs assessment. This was sent out online. You could fill it out as a parent, a staff member, a community member, and students. So we had 261 responses. Last year we only had 125. So that has given us quite a bit more information. This is kind of the breakdown. It's very even, except for the community. I think we only had like 5 community members fill it out. It is done anonymously, which can be pros and cons, because sometimes you feel very brave when you're writing anonymously, but sometimes also I have a follow-up question, like if there's something we can fix, I don't know who to ask. So there are some things like that. But what we did, there's 4 areas that it goes over. So it's going to talk about climate, Title I, safety, and then it's kind of our special programs. So of the parents that filled it out, it was pretty equal across campuses. So special programs, everybody doesn't get this question. They only get it if they had a kid that's in special programs. So we were asking how was the communication, and then did you feel it was beneficial? So you can see the range from 1 to 5 on how they felt the communication was on special programs specifically. So that could be 504, special ed, dyslexia, emergent bilingual. GT was one of our biggest ones and one of our biggest things we got feedback on, especially from the students. And then do you feel it was beneficial? We had 60% say they felt their programs were beneficial. So what we did for Title I priorities, there was a list of things that kind of Title I says these are typical things that you spend your money on, or they had ways to write in answers. but I took the top 3. You could pick more than one, that's why the percentages don't add up. But the top 3 things parents would like us to spend our Title III money on is staffing and additional support, which I will say I think like 90-something% of our federal funds already go to staffing. Targeted improved intervention or achievements, especially for our identified special needs, and then a mentor program for middle school and high school. This comes up quite a few different places. So when we have our site-based committee meeting, this will be something we talk about. Parents, their opinion on school climate. So are they always greeted friendly in a friendly way? Do they get written information about the school rules? So we look for things to really kind of jump out. Like if there's one question about, like a suggestion box. It's almost all orange. They don't know. That means we've got to do better about communicating on that. And then safety. How safe do you feel your child is at school? This is a little different than how the students answered the same question. On the students, when we see theirs, their highest numbers were on 3 and 4. They had some 5, but not a whole lot of 5. So to me, I kind of take the students' word on that one because they're the ones that are actually in there, and it's more of a parent's perceived safety. So when we talk about, like at our SHAC meetings, this is something that can be brought up. I know some of the specific comments had to do with the metal detectors and consistency with those. At the very end of each section, there's an area where you can put comments. And so there's 97 comments. I didn't put them all on here. We just kind of looked for common themes. So some of the things that they either had questions or suggestions on, improving timely communication, information about ways to volunteer in our schools, which we would love to get more people coming in. Improve or increase ways to provide input. So a lot of them are requesting teacher surveys where they can give some feedback on that. Classroom behavior support, so decreasing the distractions that happen. There were quite a few comments about parent-friendly campuses in regards to eating lunch with students and being able to attend class parties. So that's something that our parents are really talking about, so that's something we might need to revisit, and we'll talk about at our site-based committee meeting. They have questions about academic support, so what are we doing for scholarships, college readiness, and testing. They would like clear communication on grading and corrections. There were quite a few comments about like the reteach, reassess, how does that affect the grades? Is it consistent across campuses? So that tells us that we need to make sure that we've got it consistent, we're communicating it well. A lot of also comments about grades being put into the grade book in a timely manner so that parents know what's going on, and it's not the week grades come out and 10 grades got posted and my child went from an A to an F. Support with bullying, so there were some that want to know what we're doing. There are some that wanted to know how can they support it, so we'll look at that. That's where I wish I knew who to follow up with. And then one of the biggest things that parents and students talked about are more opportunities and activities for our GT students. Especially at the high school level, there were quite a few comments about that. The staff survey, this is kind of the breakdown. Auxiliary staff, in the survey, it breaks it down. Are you a bus driver, a custodian? Do you coach? Do you do whatever? But it came down to like one in each one, so we just kind of put those together. Top 3 priorities for Title I according to staff. They also would like improved achievement, especially with those identified with special needs. So we really need to look at our special programs on that. Staffing additional support, and then staff would really like to see more before and after school tutoring opportunities, which I want to say students asked for as well. We'll get to that in just a minute. Climate, do you feel you have a voice? So 56% feel they have a voice. I want to say last year that was about 45 and 55. So they feel like they have more of a voice this year. We did also see a big jump in our students, how they felt if they had a voice or not. And I think you saw that tonight when they came and, I don't like talking up here. I can't imagine how they were with 500 people behind them. Employee communication. So the top corner is how do you feel about district communication? And then the bottom one is campus and staff department. So what we will also do is break down, okay, and we don't know who it is, but here's South Elementary, here's how South specifically did. That way South knows what to do. Here's what North did. This is just kind of an overall. And then employee, how safe do you feel at school? The questions and suggestions that they had, streamlining paperwork for both academic and behavioral referrals, communication from admin to be more timely, hands-on PD, whether it be curriculum, data, documentation, parent communication. We met with our first-year teachers last week. Is that really just last week?
Yes.
Last week, and this came up repeatedly with them. So at the end of every year, we like to sit down and ask them. And so they really were like, I would love more information, especially on how to communicate with parents, because that first time that they sit down and do parent conferences, it's very nerve-wracking. So we've seen that come out in multiple places. Consistency from admin. There were a couple of comments about perceived favoritism with staff and or students. Clear communication on duties, whether that be teachers, paras, counselors, admin. We had quite a few on what's my responsibility, what do I need to do. Mentor programs, increased support for bilingual students, improve and bring back PLCs. This was also a huge thing that our first year teachers talked about. Increasing after-school tutoring, consistent behavior support, so accountability and fair discipline. That kind of goes back to that perceived favoritism. Study spaces on campus. If I were guessing, that's probably high school staff, making sure, because I don't know that any of our other really have places for that. There were a lot of comments about decreasing screen time for our students, especially with our little ones. And I will wholeheartedly support that, because I'm tired of seeing a kid try to turn a page by tapping it. They need a book. Visible admin, risk meetings on all campuses, not just elementary, and that's something that will come down and we'll talk about kind of with our counselor duties. We do have a lot more of a focus on the elementaries, but our teachers are wanting support for their kids that are struggling in upper levels too. Consistent coverage, pulling TAs too often. Sometimes that you can't avoid that, but we try our best. And then SEL curriculum and teaching study habits to students. So that is mirrored a little bit on the student one as well. So as students, you can see overwhelmingly high school. I think we had two little North friends. I'm sure their parents helped, or their siblings that were at high school, who knows. And so their special programs, and like this is kind of like with the parents or the teachers, they only took them to this if they actually had a special program to give a comment on. And so their comments were about expanding GT. And so making sure that they get to do more engaging activities with that, which I totally agree with. School climate, do you feel that you have a voice in school programs? That went up on yes by over 20% from last year. So our students, like we said earlier, really feel like they have a voice. There's the safety one, so you can see that's a little different from what their parents said. The priorities they would like from Title I, once again, I think everybody had support for our students in special populations, making sure that they get what they need. High school, okay, I say high school, maybe the two North kids, asked for extended learning time and tutoring opportunities, and then a mentor program for middle school and high school students. You'll also see that come up in the community one as well. So student support opportunities, because we asked them a little bit more, what can we do for you as students? And they would like help with college readiness, career choices, and then math skills in general. And I think our math scores support that, with the exception of Algebra 1. That's probably where a lot of our weakness is in the lower levels. Questions and suggestions, a lot of these are, they want to understand why. Why have the changes been made to the calendar? Why the removal of the do not comes? Then some comments about the metal detectors. They want study time in the library, timely information. They want to know more about the district financial status. That was interesting to me. More opportunities for mental health supports, designated study spaces and opportunities on campus, increased help with college prep, so the dual credit support on campus, which seems kind of ironic. Practical life skills, taxes, money management, and then opportunity to work on online courses in a classroom. And the actual word he used was the option to be able to do that. So I don't know if there was a miscommunication on he doesn't have the option or he just wants, I say they want more options. I don't know. But these are what the students would like us to consider. Community members, we had a whopping 5. So they get most of their information from social media. This is how they perceive the safety of our campuses. The Title I priorities that they thought about, I had to do 4 on this one because they were tied, but that extended learning time, the tutoring opportunities, staffing and additional supports, which came up some of the other places. But the family literacy programs, I think, is something that we definitely need to look at. We added in the bilingual, the conversational English classes this year, and those went really well. So they were doing them every other week. They had the parents that were coming consistently. We actually didn't need the child care later on, but so that's something that they've already kind of expressed interest they would like for us to continue and expand. And then the achievement support for our special needs and special populations. So we asked community 3 things. What do you want to know more about? What do you suggest? And what do you have concerns about? So they want to know more about how students are assessed. The information on the teacher credentials, so who's teaching our kids, what credentials do they have, are they credentialed? So those are some things that community members want to know. They want to know more about academics, the support for our students with special needs, and then more communication about school threats. I know that does a fine line because sometimes, well, a lot of times you can't say too much, and a lot of times they want to know our policies. We can't tell you that. That kind of defeats the purpose for a lot of them. Some of their suggestions, partnering with local businesses to support workforce and to learn skills, bringing back community readers, and then community leaders as mentors. And then some of the things they have concerns about, middle school gym not being safe for senior citizens, and the restrooms at the high school auditorium need updating. They were very complimentary of the new lights, but they wanted the restrooms. So. And I think it wasn't on the community ones. It might have been a staff one or a parent one that was talking about the Breckers over by South parking out there. So what now? What do we do with all of this? We take the results. We sit down. We'll have a site-based committee in a couple of weeks that will be staff members, parents, community members, and then we'll bring students in as well. This all goes into our comprehensive needs assessment, which is how we make decisions. How do we spend our federal funds? What are some of the things we need to do? What needs to go into our district improvement plan? All of this is a big part that goes into that. Then we also look at it just practically. What do we need to do? I don't need federal money to communicate better. So what just do we need to do as a district to make our parents, our families, and our students feel more comfortable? I think that might be all. Oh, conclusion. Oh, no, that's not even my slide. That's one of the other ones that are left from the template I stole. we'll exit there. Any questions or anything? That was a lot of information.
A lot of data.
That was good information.
All right. Next time in June we'll have more results, and we'll. I'll also plan on doing some more math data because we'll be able to align math. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, so just real quick, as far as the safety and security, we were contacted by OpenGate, the metal detectors, to see if we wanted to be a host school for another school that was interested in running OpenGate. And that school was Snyder with Dr. Gore. I knew her from her time in Edgar County. So they came down to the middle school, so we communicated with Jasper and everybody as far as getting that set up. It went really well. Dr. Gore was very pleased with how we ran things. It answered a lot of questions that she had as far as how the metal detector policies and procedures would work on their campus. So, kudos to the middle school because they were probably, out of all the campuses within the district, they were probably the most consistent with how they ran the metal detectors as far as making sure it was fully staffed and make sure that we were doing things appropriately on a very consistent basis. So kudos to them. As far as attendance, I did a comparison from the 24-25 school year versus the 25-26 school year. As you can see, it was an increase from last year to this year of 1.17%, from 92.37% to 93.54%. Just a couple things that I'm doing right now. I've just finished updating the employee handbook for the 26-27 school year. There was a lot of updates that came through TASB that I had to make sure our employee handbook had that last year's handbook didn't have, so that's already been done. I'm currently working on the student handbook and the student code of conduct for the 26-27 school year right now. As far as right now, we're just, like Scott kind of alluded to it in the budget workshop, we started moving staff over for the 26-27 school year through salary negotiations, so we can try to give Scott the best numbers that he can to give y'all as far as projections, as far as payroll and all the things that y'all are needing to know. I'm updating that list as much as I can, as fast as I can. so we can have those accurate numbers. I also had the TASB compensation plan. Y'all just saw that. That's something that I've been working on. Like I said, Dr. Avey and myself actually met with Keith earlier this morning for about an hour to kind of go over some things and recommendations that we thought and questions that we had. So that's something that we did. As far as the Grow Your Own and Teacher Residency Program, I have completed and submitted that survey, which was due March 31st. That's done. Also, that was part of it. I had to get an MOU with Texas Tech, as that was a requirement to participate in those programs. That's done. Things that I'm going to continue to do is we're going to continue to work with master schedules to make sure we provide our kids through with CEN, provide our kids with the best pathways and opportunities to be successful. Of course, our goal is to have every student graduate with an associate's or some kind of industrial-based certification, if not both. So that's kind of what I've been doing in a nutshell from the last board meeting until now.
All right. All right. All right. I already did the personnel and introducing of our new people, curriculum. Real quickly, piggyback off of what he said about collegiate education. The video with the CTE course offerings and all the PTEC stuff was produced. We're still waiting for it, or is in the process of being fully produced. It was shot. We're waiting for all of the marketing materials so that we can mass market the programs and the course offerings that we have. We are shifting everything over to PTEC, and so that should be a really big push and a really big boost. So as soon as we get that, we'll push it out. The Summer Rural Empowerment Conference that CEN hosts every year, there's no fee for registration. It is their summer conference so that you can hear from other leaders across the state and what collegiate education is doing, ways to navigate different things, target CCMR outcomes, bonus funding, I mean, all the things. Collegiate education, and so we've got, I think, a total of 7 of us total that will be going, and it's a 2.5-day conference in Dallas, and that's next week. Secondary master scheduling, we've talked a little bit about that. We looked at that already. I did have a handout for all of you. I don't know if I gave it to you. I wanted to make sure you guys each got one of these so that you could see what that looks like, and just take one and pass it around. I knew there were some questions about different things. I'm actually not sure why all that's. Oh yeah, everything turned out green. So this all of the master schedules, all the way from south, north, middle school, and high school. Obviously, our personnel is what drives the majority of our budget, and so this is what we're looking at. What you'll see on this is the sections with what you call butts in seats in each of those sections. This is what was prepared for me. I guess maybe first month or second month I was here. So this is what we've been using as our framework to build out our master schedule. Everything that you see on the kind of more right side of that is all stuff. Those are all sections that don't require a certified teacher. You're talking about Edgenuity, conferences, ISS, coverage, all of those things. And so that's why those are highlighted in blue. That's just a visual for us. So that's that way you guys have that. And so this is what we're using to drive decisions that we're making as far as staffing and staffing models. Any questions about that? Okay, we already spoke a little bit about the do not come list. And then the next thing we need to talk about is the agreement for the transfer of ownership of the monopole tower. And so did anybody have any questions about that? I know we were waiting for the agreement. We finally got that. And it is an action item. Does anybody have any discussion or anything, questions about that? Okay.
Yeah.
And the next one is the discuss BBB legal instead of BBBB election policy. So that is something I finally heard back today or yesterday. We, as board policy, we have the ability to go into a joint election agreement, but that does require a resolution from the board. We don't have a resolution to present at this time, so we'll need to table that. What we do have is a proposal from the city for the, was it attached to what I passed over there? For the election.
It's
It
in,
was
the-
on
it
the
is
board
in,
book.
it is in.
In the board book.
It's in the board.
Sorry, I don't know why I don't have a copy. I should have a copy of it somewhere in here in my stack of stuff. That the city prepared for us to conduct this next piece of the election. So that's,
City or-
I mean, sorry, the county. My bad, county. And so, actually, I think it's right here. Let me see. I have a copy of it somewhere.
I have it right, I have the.
You do have it?
I have this right here on the motion. I just told Kevin to read the motion.
Okay, but do you have
We'll wait for
the,
number
yeah,
10.
but did you see the agreement that was prepared, or the estimate that was prepared that was on, okay. And so that's just something, if you guys want us to move in that direction for this upcoming, we can do that. That does not require a resolution, but if you want to move into a resolution for a joint election, I can get the attorneys, I can get that resolution put together, and we could go into that for the next board
Are
meeting.
they using the county too? Or will it be a different election?
Is who using the county? I didn't ask that question, so I
think
can.
their election's at a different time, isn't it?
June
They're
13th.
June 13th.
This will be for no, I'm not talking about for this recount. I'm talking about for future elections.
Oh, so they won't
future.
start with,
No, the agreement that we put in there is for this particular runoff, if there should be one,
okay.
get estimate. If we want to go into if you want to enter into a joint agreement, it requires board action to sign a resolution, and that would be for future elections, not for this one. Yes.
On this next motion, there's no date on the,
Oh, it was the date of the
because
election.
it's not gonna be June 27th anymore.
That would be based off of that, though, off of that the actual election, because that motion is.
It's, you wanna
Let me
say it?
yes, let me see it. Sorry. Amazing. Oh, you can establish a date now, or you can establish a date at another time and leave that part off, is my understanding. Because there's no time frame on the timing to order the recount. Like there is not a specific time frame in which the school district must order an automatic recount, but the recount supervisor must provide reasonable notice of the time and place of the recount and the number of counting teams designated.
So this is, okay, but that is for the election. The
Mm.
second one is for the actual election, isn't
That-
I gonna read it wrong, or is that just for the recount?
That's just for the recount.
Okay, so,
So we don't,
Yeah.
right now we'll table the joint elections, and then that way, if you guys want me to add it, once I get the resolution, if you want me to get a resolution, I can get one prepared and drafted, and then that will be for future elections. It'll have nothing to do with the one that we just had. It'll be for future elections. The agreement with the county that's in board book is the estimate that they are estimating at this time if they do this, should we have a runoff election.
okay, so when will we do we wanna look at the date really quick for the recount? Oh, okay, I said it? Oh, well, I think last, okay,
I think you
I did?
said it last time.
Okay.
Burnett.
I think we all did, we all said something, I think, or, okay,
So it was May 18th when we did that recount, the first recount,
okay.
right?
So we'll do it again on the 18th, June 18th? Or is that too far? Does it have to? Well, I mean, I'll do, yeah, okay,
The sooner the
Says
better.
re-
to
it
get-
says a
June
recent-
This is for the recount, yeah. The recount supervisor
That's 2 weeks out.
must provide personal notice of the time and place of the recount, but it says,
How about tomorrow?
That's not
No.
very nice.
How about tomorrow?
June 4th, I
I'm just
guess.
tired of seeing us.
I'm tired of just being here.
and you just have to, you have the time and place of the recount and the number of counting teams designated. The district can set the recount as early as 18 hours after the order, so long as proper notice is given to the candidates. But at least, the recommendation is at least a few days after this board meeting.
Yeah, I mean, so you don't know.
Hold on. I can't do Tuesday or Thursday. I could do Wednesday.
What do you say?
June 3rd.
Yeah. Because it can't be the same ones as the last time, right?
Or the, you
Or
can't
the
be
second,
you know
the
what?
first and the second
Hold on,
set.
I'm not going to announce that. We'll do it like, because I need, that's right, because
You
it
gotta
took me
get-
3
you
days
gotta get
to
your
just
team
get
together to
anybody to
count.
do it, and now I got to find a whole new.
Mhm.
So we'll do it on the 8th. June the 8th.
Well, that's when we go to breakthrough, coach.
It's the Monday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Do you need to? You have to be
June the
here.
8th, so it's
I
not.
don't know if I need to be here or not, but that's when I'm going to, we're going to
Well, the
Houston.
thing is it took like, I have to find a whole new set of ladies. And
How
it
many
took
do you
like
need to
meetings
get?
Just to find out if they
How many do you need to get?
4. But they can't, but they have to be different from the last ones.
So like maybe Nancy, the one that wasn't able to do it because she was sick,
Yeah,
she
I'm gonna
could
ask her. I'm
possibly.
gonna probably well, Claire has some other names for it.
Okay.
So
Does Burnett have to be in attendance for that?
Yes.
Because she'll be at Breakthrough Coach training.
Yes, she does.
Okay, so the 8th and 9th
And 10,
and 10th.
probably.
And, yeah.
I'd say you do it next week.
That
I wouldn't want,
I
I wouldn't want to be one of the two
recommend
waiting
it
for
next week.
election
Yeah.
to start a
We
campaign
can't push it past next week.
and it's been held up.
Then Wednesday is the only day. But if we can't find anyone, y'all are gonna be calling them and asking them to come on Wednesday.
Well, I'm sure Clara can
Because
help
y'all
you
are
and get
picking the
it.
day too. So
Well, but if
y'all
Burnett
gotta
has
help
to be,
me.
if Burnett has to be
Because-
present, we can't do it till she gets back because that'd be too far out then.
She could stay here.
Call Claire tonight and get a list and we'll look at
Thank you. Okay, because if we want it on Wednesday,
Better make sure
Yeah.
that we can help you call.
You
Because on
can.
the last one, it said,
you just can't be here. You can.
that's not what it
No,
said. It
yeah, I
said
think it said you have to call.
because you're on us each get
No,
one.
not help me call. I'm saying help me find people.
That's-
That's
to make
it. Not
calls
like
for
give me
them.
They gotta be
ideas. No, I'll call.
election judges, right?
Yeah, that's what
They have to be election judges. Like I'll help.
How
I'll
many
call.
are there that
It's
you have to
just
choose?
4.
Why don't you ask the city too, the ones that they have, see if they wouldn't be willing to do.
How many
the schools.
total? How
Yeah.
many total? Like city, county, do we have? Only 4?
Well, that are certified, I don't think it's just 4.
It's anybody who's
Are
run
you
the.
serious?
Yeah, it's 4.
Just 4 people, so the 4 people we used last time and then the
We
4 people
can't
before?
use them.
No, we
again?
can't use them again, but that's what I'm
So
asking.
that,
Has
then
to
how are
be
we
the-
gonna
yeah.
do it?
What else, right?
We'll find. We'll.
have to get-
Dr. Amy,
It's just-
does this
it took people
estimate
time
with
to
the
figure
county-
out, and they said yes, and they said no.
Does this estimate with the county, is that all electronic?
It is. I mean,
Or is it any paper? I mean, I see electronic and all
I don't know
that.
what happened to my
Well, yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, save for that later.
Okay. So on here it has. I'm just going to read to y'all what is
You know, they
on here. The election vote, the electronic voting system programming, sample ballots, e-scan ballots, absentee ballots, lab testing services and ballots, and shipping and handling. That's all under ballots, and I think that all falls under electronic voting. Then there's kits, the election day kit, the early voting kit, the ballot by mail kit, shipping and handling. Payroll clerks and judges, it's all broken out for early voting workers, election day workers, central count, and then ballot board workers. And then early voting, Verity Scan, or is that supposed to be say Verify Scan?
Maybe Verify.
I don't know. I was like, I don't know what that is. No, but it says Verity Duo standalone with access, and then the election day polling locations, Verity Scan, and then Verity Duo standalone with access. So it includes all of those things.
And who decides to come in?
You guys decide if you want to go ahead and have them do the election, or if you want to do it the way that we traditionally do it. The total for all of this was, the estimate was $76,3113, based off of just their preliminary numbers that they anticipate.
That's not bad at all. I mean, if we're deciding that, I would
So this is just for the recount or for?
This is just for the recount. If you want to do it for future elections, we have to enter into a resolution
Oh, I thought you meant
for
hold on,
joint.
that's for the
That's just for the recount.
Oh, it's all right. Oh, do that.
I thought this was for the runoff.
No. Oh, this is for the runoff.
Yeah.
This election. If they want to do it for future elections, we have to enter into a resolution for the joint election agreement.
That's, I don't think that price, not for just this,
Not for this.
not for this one. For future maybe, not for this one.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
So I'm good for the 3rd or the 8th.
You're good with what?
Third, you're good with the third, with the eighth,
Or the 8th.
The 8th, I can't.
yeah.
But the 3rd,
Making the eighth, does it matter?
Yeah, she has to be there.
If we could pull it off, I'd rather see us do it the 3rd. I would too.
can
Y'all can't decide. It's me. Remember?
the 3rd, I do have a doctor's appointment with my mom.
Yeah.
It's at 2 in Monahan's.
I want to do it
So
right
that's
now.
really probably cutting it really, really close.
She has a doctor's appointment.
On the 3rd?
With my
We'll do
mom.
it the 8th.
Well,
She
I
won't
can't.
be here.
She'll be in a required training.
She's going to.
She has a
My mom has a doctor's appointment in Monahan's.
Oh, I thought you were just going to be out. Okay.
And then 8th, I'm going to be out.
You have 18 hours. You have to, after this.
Okay, hold on. Let me check the calendar. It could take minutes. No, I'm for real. I'm busy next week. Okay, Friday. What about Friday, Burnett?
The 5th? I can do Friday.
You do Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what time?
Anytime.
Anytime
Yeah.
Friday? Okay, let's
Just do the election judges.
And see, we're off. We're off that day. So if you even want to do it earlier,
Oh, yes.
That would do in one count.
That would be good. So we could do like 1 o'clock?
yeah,
Okay.
Do you have to specify the time or just the date?
everything, date, time, and place.
I mean, like right
Let's
now
just
in
do
the
it.
motion.
Let's just say the date.
So June 5th. Okay.
Because then what if you'll have to change it, then
When
it's
we get to
already
that.
set that time?
At 1 o'clock.
So
The only reason,
this
the
is
only
a
way you
no-go,
would change it
right?
is
You don't want to, y'all don't want to do this for, not for a
Thank you.
one time. Okay, perfect. I'll let her know.
Amen, Ernest.
Everybody wants to be a chief.
Thank you.
And she's just a baker.
We'll have to get a joint election.
You're going to come to the house and compel the cross and I. If you do that, then I'll come here. June 5th.
Making chocolate cake.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I think it does need to go to the county.
So we're doing the second recount
June 5th
at 1
at 1.
central
If we
office.
can do that sometime. I don't think we'll have to say, we won't have to say the time.
Right. Okay.
Because if they're working, whoever we're getting,
True.
they can't do it. So. Okay. Now we're on the board action items.
Okay, there we go. I've got it.
Okay. Deliberation and possible action to approve the canvass of votes of the recount of May 18th, 2026.
I'll make a motion, we approve June 5th, is that June 5th?
No, this is for the May 18th.
Oh,
We're
for
just
May
approving
18th.
yes, it's presented.
Make motion to approve as presented.
All in favor? Oh, second. I need a second.
Second?
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Number 2 is a
okay, number 2,
postpone,
you make the motion, Kevin, for the
to
I move
postpone
to
it.
postpone consideration of action regarding a joint election agreement until the next regular meeting of the board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, number 3.
I move to order a recount of votes from the May 2nd, 2026 election for at-large Board of Trustees positions to be conducted on June 5th.
Make a motion to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Everybody goes in.
Yep.
Ernest was the second.
Oh, yeah, Ernest was the second.
Oh, yeah.
It was just nobody else said anything after that. Okay, deliberation and possible action to approve the budget workshop minutes of April 16th, 26, Regular minutes of April 16th, 26, special meeting minutes of May 7th, 26, May 14th, 26, and May 20th, 26.
Make a motion to approve presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Deliberation and possible action to approve receipt certification of provision of instructional materials for 26-27 school year.
I'll move as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Deliberation and possible action to enter into agreement with Conterra Ultra Broadband LLC, in which Conterra, among other things, transfers any and all of its ownership and monopole located on school district property to the district and the districts, among other things, releases Conterra from any obligation whatsoever to remove the pole from the district's real property under the terms of the settlement agreement entered into with Conterra by a board resolution adopted on January 16th of 2025.
I move to accept as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.
Okay.
Yes. We will now go into executive session at 9:22. There's no action to be taken, so y'all go home. Tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
It is now 11:20. We're back from executive session. No action is taken. This meeting is adjourned.